Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, let's turn to the order paper for today, Thursday, 10th July 2025. Honourable members, item numbered 5, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of 9th July 2025 under consideration. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7. Yes, Honorable Francafriye, page 7. Please use the next available one.
Okay, it's now on. Speaker, thank you so much. May I respectfully seek your education on this, Speaker? Not to stir the honestness, though. We are yet to come to terms with the demise of our late colleague. So psychologically, I've taken notice of an issue that keeps disturbing some of us. From Monday, the vote and proceedings has been capturing the late Honorable Kumi and then into bracket deceased. My understanding of vote and proceeding is that those of us who are alive, who ordinarily are expected to come.
Honourable member, ordinarily I'm not supposed to cut you short, but don't invite me into temptation. So can you resume your seat on this matter?
Well,
thank you very much. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, Honorable, page 13.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, page 13, item number 10B. Mr. Speaker, the direction you gave was in respect of that sufficient copies, not just copies, but sufficient copies be given to members. So if table office can let that reflect in there as captured.
Very well. I really say sufficient. So table office, take note. Page 14.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Permit
Honorable
me.
Asamoah.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I'd like to take us back to page 9, item IV.
Honorable members, let me indicate that we should all read the vote and proceedings ahead of the time so that we stop the back and front. I'm usually not happy where we are at page 14 and you are taking us to page 9. It doesn't make the record straight. Yes, we are now at page 9.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. IV, line 3, Gideon Owusu Sapong. It's S-A-R-P-O-N-G, not Sampon.
So what is the correct spelling?
The correct spelling is S-A-R-P-O-N-G, as in girl.
Okay, it's Sapon.
Yeah.
So table office, take note.
And for the same paragraph, the safety of the inverted commas should be off. Safety of vendors and customers.
Which page? The same page
Mr.
9?
Speaker, the same page, the same item IV.
Very well. Table office, take note. Now back to page 15. Yes, page 15. Yes, Frank Afriye, you have the floor.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, item 6, the amendment that stood in the name of Professor Nyaku. Professor Nyaku, the spelling of Nyaku is wrongly captured here. I suggest that the A after N be
Table office,
deleted.
take note, you are right. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Yes. Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, page 17, item number 3. 3I, I should say. The honorable member for Asawasi wears a double hat. It's the Minister for the Interior as well as responsible for national security. So table office should consequentially indicate that. Thank you.
Table office, kindly take note. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. And page 22. Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of Wednesday, 9th July 2025 as corrected is ordered to stand part of the bill, it's ordered to stand part of the records of the House. Honourable members, official reports. First, we consider 1st July 2025 and thereafter 7th July 2025. I didn't have the 2nd July. Very well. We'll consider 1st July, 2nd July, and 7th July, starting with 1st July. Any correction? Honourable members, any correction? Honourable members, in the absence of any correction, the official report of 1st July 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Now, official report of 2nd July 2025. It's under correction. Honourable members, any correction? Honourable members, in the absence of any correction, the official report of 2nd July 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Now, the official report of 7th July 2025. Honourable members, any correction? Yes, Honourable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, thank you. Just a minor observation on column 4, the very last paragraph, line 2. I suggest we insert the word was between he and born, so that the rendition will be he was born. Then again, column 3, Speaker, chapter 5, paragraph 5, sorry, line 2. I suggest we delete the word there, so that it read, I rely on order 92. Thank you.
Table office take note and do the needful. Any further correction? Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the official report of 7th July 2025 is hereby ordered and adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, my attention has been drawn to the fact that we have the vote and proceedings of 3rd July 2025. The official report of 3rd July 2025. Let's take that one up and correct it and have it adopted. So the official report of 3rd July 2025 is under correction. Honourable members, is on the console. If you don't have a hard copy, any correction? Honourable members, in the absence of any correction, the official report of 3rd July 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, we have student visitors in the house. Indulge me to acknowledge them. They are from Kwakrontumi Roman Catholic JSS. Their leader is Miss Mary Ansoma Danchi, Municipal STEM Coordinator. They are from Ebuakwa North, the number 67. And Peki Jogbati, YP/DA Basic School, led by Mr. Morris Hinney, Headmaster. They are from South Dying. They numbered 91. Is the MP for the area around? May you be on your feet to wave your student.
Mr. Speaker.
Is the MP for Ebuakwa North around?
Yes, I'm here.
May you be on your feet to wave your students equally. Honourable members, on your behalf, I welcome all of them and wish them a fruitful visit to Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Once again, you are most welcome. May you now resume your seats. Honourable members, item number 6 at page 2 of today's order paper. Questions? Honourable members, questions have been scheduled for the minister responsible for food and agriculture. He is seated to respond to those questions. The first question on the order paper is question number 149, standing in the name of Honorable Charles Forson, Member of Parliament for Tema Central. Honorable Member, may you move to your seat and ask the question?
That is fine. Let me just...
Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the authorization of Mr. Charles Forson, the Honourable Member for Tema Central, to ask question on his behalf. And Mr. Speaker, if I may seek your permission, pursuant to Order 88.3, and so ask the question, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The leave is hereby granted. May you proceed to ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture why Ghana has maintained the current cocoa price despite the recent announcement of a cocoa price increase in Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this House exercised its legislative powers and moved the Ghana Cocoa Board from the Ministry of Food and Agriculture to the Ministry of Finance. Consequently, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture is unable to answer a question relating to an agency under the supervision of the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member may redirect this question to the Ministry of Finance. Thank you.
Honourable Member, do you have any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, certainly not.
Honourable members, order. May we then move to question number 230, standing in the name of Honourable Setose Akoto, Member of Parliament for Echima Mponua. Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture the policies being instituted to attract private sector investment into the crop production value chain. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, agriculture in Ghana is private sector led. The public sector role is to create an enabling environment for the private sector to invest and grow in the sector. Mr. Speaker, to create the enabling environment for the private sector participation, we have begun with the provision of irrigation infrastructure to transition agriculture of Ghana from its current status to all year-round production. Mr. Speaker, notably, Ghana is blessed with irrigable lands estimated at 1.9 million hectares, but only 6% is currently under effective irrigation system. Increasing the land under irrigation will certainly attract more private sector investors to take advantage of these facilities to increase production and maximize profits. Mr. Speaker, a key policy is the establishment of the farmer service centers. This policy of the government is to establish farmer centers in all the agricultural districts of the country to serve as one-stop shop for all farmers. These centers will provide farmers with unimpeded access to agricultural mechanization, quality and weather resiliencies, and prescribe high-quality fertilizer and extension service delivery. These are critical services required to increase agricultural production and productivity, and therefore offer opportunity to attract more investment into agriculture. Mr. Speaker, another key policy is the Feed the Industry program. Under this policy, government intends to establish a strong relationship between agriculture and industry. Mr. Speaker, every producer produces in anticipation of demand. The availability of agro-processors will serve as a huge market for agricultural produce and will therefore attract more private investment into agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, that's the answer. Any supplementary question?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister how the policies are being coordinated with Ministerial of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry to avoid duplication and coherence. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture is responsible for the production of food. And the Ministry of Industry, Agribusiness, Trade, Agribusiness and Industry is responsible for value addition. And so the two of us are working together. If you have the agro-processors under the Ministry of Trade and they don't have raw materials from agriculture to keep the industries in sustainable operation, certainly they cannot work. And so the two of us are working together to ensure that we develop the entire value chain and ensure prosperity is delivered unto the people of Ghana.
Honorable members, yes.
Thank you. I just want to find out from the minister whether the feed industry policy will be directly under your ministry or the Ministry of Trade and Industry.
Honorable member, I will advise that you file a fresh question. This question is on policies being instituted to attract private sector investment in crop production. So the question is overruled.
Speaker, with respect.
Yes.
Yes, Speaker, you are not wrong. 89 is clear. But the minister actually made reference to what the member is trying to ask the question on. Speaker, if you may exercise your discretion, notwithstanding the provision.
Well, I'm looking at the rules. Honourable members, let's move to question number 231. Standing in the name of Honourable Francis Kobna Osu Achao, Member of Parliament for Jobe. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture what policy measures and the ministry is implementing to enhance crop production throughout the country. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, under its Feed Ghana program initiatives, is implementing 8 sub-critical programs to boost food crop production nationwide. Below are some of the sub-programs under the Feed Ghana program nationwide. Sub-program 1, crop development, which aims to boost productivity in grains, legumes, vegetables, starchy crops, using smart agriculture. Key interventions include improved seeds, mechanization, irrigation, storage, and training to address low yields, high post-harvest losses, and climate challenges. Sub-Program 2, establishment of farmer service centers nationwide, which will serve as one-stop hubs, providing farmers with inputs, mechanization, extension services, and market access. Sub-Program 3, we have embarked on a campaign on institutional farming with targeted support for schools, prisons, and other security agencies and faith-based groups in farming to enhance food supply and skills training. Sub-Program 4, feed the industry, tree crops development, which focuses on cashew, coconut, oil palm, and share to boost industrial raw material supply. Sub-Program 5, agro-production enclaves, which aims at developing large-scale integrated farming zones with irrigation, warehouses, and processing facilities to attract private investment. Mr. Speaker, other major activities undertaken or yet to be done in due course under the Feed Ghana program include the launch of a nationwide farmer cooperative initiative. This aims to strengthen farmer-based organizations by enhancing their collective bargaining power and improving access to resources and markets. Launch of the Irrigation for Wealth Creation Project Phase 1. This initiative targets the development of 10,000 hectares of irrigated land across 8 regions: Volta, Oti Central, Northeast, Northern Savannah, Upper West, and Upper East within 12 months. The goal is to increase agricultural output and reduce dependence on unpredictable rainfall patterns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister on the sub-program 3. He's talking about support for the school and then the prisons. I want to know that is the ministry going to assist the schools in terms of getting the farmlands in producing? And if yes, are they going to produce for exports or for the school consumption alone? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the school farming is very important to us for 2 major reasons. One, when you go to our secondary schools and you see some of the students in breach of school rules, they are assigned portions of the school land to weed as a form of punishment. This has created the erroneous impression among students that weeding is a form of punishment. But it is a profession that sustains livelihoods. And we think that we must work to ensure that we put this into our upcoming generation. And so what we want them to do is to take advantage of the rich soil around them to have school farms, produced to support school feeding. Because sometimes you hear in the news that this secondary school, they are not getting food, they are crying, they are doing this. We think that if we are able to mobilize them to participate in this process, they can produce a lot to support their own feeding. And so it is not meant for export. We want them to produce the vegetables, the small things that they can do to support whatever government offers to ensure that we improve the food qualitatively and quantitatively.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Akoto. Honourable Questioner, I think we've reached some consensus. I will take one supplementary question. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to find out from the Honourable Minister. Under sub-program 1, so far, the status of implementation of key interventions that he has enumerated. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sub-program 1 is the crop development program. Under the crop development program, we have started with what we call the farmer cooperatives. From March to today, we have succeeded in establishing 29,000 farmer cooperatives across the country. Once we have the cooperatives, we are linking them to the extension officers, and they are educating them. We are giving them the inputs, and then we are also sending the processors to the production enclaves. We are asking them to deploy mini processing plants to the various processing enclaves, so that when they produce, these people will buy, and once there is market, everybody will be willing to go into the production, so long as market exists. So that's exactly what we are doing. In fact, in your constituency, we have distributed fertilizers to some farmers in the area. You are aware of?
Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, it's good to see the minister once more, and we pray that he should come to the House more often. Speaker, the second paragraph of the minister's answers alludes to smart agriculture, and I know he's very knowledgeable in this area. However, the challenge of availability of extension officers comes in its wake fresh challenges in the implementation of smart agriculture measures. What is the ministry doing under his leadership to ensure that at least the ratio of farmer to extension officers is improved as we seek to improve on or convince farmers to adopt smart agriculture measures?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, extension service delivery is critical in the development of agriculture because they bring modernity to agriculture, they bridge the gap between the researchers and then the farmers. But, Mr. Speaker, records in the ministry indicate that from 2015, all the students, or most of the students, who completed our agricultural colleges and the veterinary schools are still in the house unemployed, most of them. And so we have to put in place mechanisms to ensure that they are employed so that they can bring their expertise to bear on food production in our country. Mr. Speaker, this is what the ministry is doing. Looking at the fiscal limitations, we have arranged with the National Service to employ 5,000 of them. 5,000 of them for a period of 4 years. So as and when we create space in the payroll, then we migrate them onto the government payroll. If we are able to do this, we bring their expertise on board, we grow our nation together, create that fiscal space together, and then give them gainful employment on the government payroll. That's exactly what we are doing.
Thank you. We now move to question number 232, standing in the name of Ezekiel Opoku, Member of Parliament for Ofinso South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture the alternative measures the ministry is deploying to assist farmers with seedling production, given the challenges associated with relying on topsoil for raising seedlings and its impact on productivity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, modern agricultural practices demand the consideration of sustainability in agricultural production. In agricultural production, access to quality seeds, including seedlings that are adapted to the needs and production systems of farmers, is an essential feature of sustainable crop production. A sustainable seed system ensures that farmers have timely access to affordable quality seeds and planting materials of the most suitable crop varieties. To this end, Mr. Speaker, a nursery is needed for raising seedlings under intensive management for subsequent transplanting to the field. The nursery improves germination and colonization, saves time, space, labor, and facilitates maintenance. For effective and efficient seedling production in the nursery, growing media, also known as growth substrates, which includes topsoil, peat, etc., is required. The medium plays a crucial role in seedling production because they provide the necessary support, aeration, moisture, and nutrients for plant roots, directly impacting plant health and productivity. Mr. Speaker, topsoil, which is normally used as substrate in the nursery, is the uppermost layer of soil, rich in organic matter and nutrients, making it a good foundation for plant growth. It provides a stable medium for roots to develop and access essential elements. It is often best when mixed with other materials like compost to improve drainage and nutrient availability. Topsoil provides a good base for seedlings to establish roots and access nutrients, but it may not be sufficient on its own for optimal growth, especially in the long term. Adding compost to topsoil can significantly improve the growing medium. Compost introduces beneficial microbes, enhance drainage, and provide a slow-release source of nutrients, ensuring plants have a continuous supply of nourishment. Mr. Speaker, a good nursery bed mix often combines topsoil with compost and other materials like sand or peat moss to create a well-draining, nutrient-rich environment. This mixture allows seedlings to establish strong root systems and thrive. While topsoil is beneficial, it may not provide the ideal conditions for all plants, especially in a nursery setting where rapid and healthy growth is crucial. It can sometimes be heavy and prone to compaction, which can hinder drainage and root development. It may also contain pathogens, weed seeds, and debris. Mr. Speaker, as a cardinal principle, the media for preparation of nursery bed should have the following characteristics. It should be firm enough to hold the seeds and cuttings during germination and rooting. Should retain and supply sufficient moisture to the seeds or cuttings. Must be porous enough to permit aeration and be able to drain out excess moisture. It should be free of high concentrations of salt. Must not contain any weed seeds, pathogens, or nematodes. Mr. Speaker, given the challenges associated with the reliance on topsoil, which is the most common, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture is promoting the use of alternatives such as peats, decomposed sawdust, and compost for use as substrates for raising of seedlings in nurseries by nursery operators and farmers. Farmers are equally educated to misform the substrate and properly sterilize to prevent the introduction of pests and diseases. Mr. Speaker, the ministry believes that with this approach, we will help address the challenges associated with the use of topsoil in the production of seedlings. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
That is so, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the detailed response. But I want to find out from the Minister if his ministry has any plans of promoting the use of soilless medium for seedling production.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry has a plan to manage the soil in totality. I believe some few days ago, the Honourable Ranking Member, the Chairman, and the entire committee was with us at the ministry to discuss matters regarding what is happening in the ministry. And I took time to explain to them measures we are putting in place to manage the soil in order to enhance production. I indicated that for the first time in the history of this country, we are procuring modern equipment for the testing of our soils. And that is being funded by the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations. And that we are rehabilitating the Kumasi Soil Lab to international status. It is going to be the first of its kind in the nation. And that will give us the opportunity to test the soils in our various districts, to avoid the blanket or wholesale application of fertilizer in the country. So, Honourable Member, measures are underway to manage the soil effectively. But let me indicate that this issue about topsoil and other things in contemporary agriculture is no more relevant as to whether it is topsoil or not, because the soil must be managed to suit the production of the specific crop that you want. We even have hydroponics, where people grow plants without soil. So you only have to manage the soil to plant whatever you want. But in the olden days, because of limited technology, people were talking about soft soil, this soil is not good, and those kind of things. But now, it is out of contemporary agricultural dictionary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, on the lighter note, I just want to find out why the Honorable Minister is now running away from the pricing of cocoa.
Honorable Member, you are completely out of order. Please resume your seat. Honorable members, the rule is not for nothing. Honorable members, let's move to question numbers 233. Standing in the name of Ralph Poku Edusei, Member of Parliament for Bakwai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture the steps being taken to promote climate-resilient crop varieties and strengthen adaptive practices among farmers affected by erratic rainfall patterns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. And let me thank you once again for ignoring the question posed by the ranking member.
Honorable Minister, once I've ruled him out of order,
Mr. Speaker, I'm
no
praising you
comment
for
is
that.
welcome.
I'm praising you for that, and to indicate to him that, just to indicate to him that this house is vested with the powers.
Honorable Minister,
okay, Mr. Speaker,
take a cue and proceed to answer the question.
I wanted to crave your indulgence to deal with the question posed by Mr. Poku.
Honorable Minister,
appears the minority is interested
Honorable
in that.
Minister, the question has been ruled out of order.
Mr. Speaker,
so
guided.
Please answer the question under reference.
Mr. Speaker. I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. But I wish I would have the opportunity to deal with that issue. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the steps in promoting climate-resilient crop varieties, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research and the Ministry through its National Varietal Release and Registration Committee have released climate-resilient varieties of the major staple food security priority crops such as maize, rice, cassava, soybean, and cowpea for farmers to cultivate. The Feed Ghana initiative will be supporting the production of early generation seeds and certified seeds of these climate-smart seed varieties and make them available to farmers. Mr. Speaker, currently, the ministry is collaborating with other ministries, departments, agencies, and agricultural projects to ensure that all agricultural seed and planting material incentives provided to smallholder farmers are climate resilient. Some of the projects include FSRP, SADEP, Ghana Landscape Restoration and Small-Scale Mining Project, Sokodevi, among others. Looking into the future, the ministry is in the process of finalizing its long-term climate resilient agricultural strategy, named Agriculture LTC, to ensure a well-planned climate resilient agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, in the Food and Agricultural Development Policy, FASDEP, there is a dedicated policy objective to respond to climate vulnerability challenges in the agricultural sector, which include ensuring sustainable breeding, multiplication, and promotion of climate resilient cropping and livestock systems. Mr. Speaker, in connection with the second part of the caution, which requires the step being taken to strengthen adaptive practice among smallholder farmers affected by erratic rainfall patterns. It is gratifying to note that the ministry since 2016 has been implementing the Climate Smart Agriculture and Food Security Plan, which promotes climate change adaptation practices with smallholder farmers as the main beneficiaries. The issue had been scaling up the promotion of such practices. Since more than 80% of farmers in the country are smallholders who depend on rainfall for their agricultural activities, the ministry has strengthened its collaboration with the Ghana Meteorological Agency, GMET, for the provision of weather information services. Mr. Speaker, such services have also been integrated into several projects across the country. The weather forecast, technically known as climate information services, provide farmers with advisories on the best time to plant their crops and even the choice of crop varieties to plant, thus whether short or long duration varieties. Mr. Speaker, with the support of the extension service providers, the weather information helps farmers to select climate-resilient crop varieties to plant. Moreover, capacities of public extension service providers, especially the district and regional departments of agriculture, have been built to promote climate change adaptation practices across the country. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the capacity building of extension staff, the ministry ensures that all agricultural projects mainstream climate change adaptation into project implementation. For example, technologies such as conservation, agriculture, moisture conservation, crop rotation, intercropping, mulching, etc., are integrated with the use of climate-resilient crop varieties. Mr. Speaker, the ministry's efforts go beyond crops. In collaboration with the Environmental Protection Authority, EPA, the ministry is constructing dugouts in some Ghana landscape restoration and small-scale mining project beneficiary communities in northern Ghana to support livestock watering, especially during the long dry season in the northern part of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for such an elaborative answer to the question. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has indicated that there are about 80% of farmers in the country that are smallholders, implying that these are farmers typically in the rural areas. Now, under the ministry's collaboration with the Ghana Meteorological Agency to provide information concerning the weather pattern changes, I want to find out from the minister, are there any specific roadmap designed by the ministry so that this information, when you have them, they can get to the local farmers, especially in the rural areas, such as the typical areas in my constituency, Bekwai. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, yes. We have had discussions with the Minister for Communication, and we are in touch with the rural FM stations and then information centers. We have also spoken to all our district directors across the country. So as soon as the information is made available, the extension officers, the agric officers will use the local medium for communication to get this information to the farmers. We have also asked the Minister of Communication to give us a free arrangement under which we can send messages to all the farmers wherever they are located. But now that we are doing the farmers' cooperative registration, we have the data of all the farmers and their various locations. So as soon as we get the information, it becomes very easy for us to disseminate the information to the farmers. So that is in place.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, my good friend, the Minister, the first paragraph of his answers, Speaker, with your leave, says, with regards to the steps in promoting climate resilient crop varieties, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research and the Ministry through its National Varietal Release and Registration Committee have released climate resilient varieties of the major staples, maize, rice, cassava, and so on and so forth. I am curious to find out from the minister if it is the case that all districts in the country have received these staples, or it is the case that districts have been put into clusters and they are being dealt with aside. Because I know it's quite a number we have a number of districts in this country, and I'm not sure that all the districts are being supported at a go. And so I wish he could elucidate on the answer he gave.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the development of the seed is one thing, and then the purchase of the seed for distribution is another thing. Your ability to purchase depends on the budget that is approved by this House. As we speak, we have distributed to many of the districts, but we have not covered all the districts. This is the first year, and we believe that with the things that we are putting in place next year, we should be able to cover every district in our country.
I'm sorry. You may indulge me.
As a leader, I will indulge you.
So my friend says he has not covered all the districts. I find that quite revealing, and that is an honest answer. Would he be kind enough to tell this House the criteria for the distribution, since he has not dealt with all the districts, what informed the distribution to various...
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every decision that we take is informed by data. Now, when you get in touch with the Statistical Research and Information Directorate, and you ask of the districts that produces a lot of these products or these crops, they have the list there. In fact, we requested and they gave us the first 50. And then we requested, they gave us the additional 50. So we decided to serve those people first before we get to the others. But one thing we have also done is that we know we have a lot of irrigation infrastructure across the country. These are facilities that allow our farmers to produce all year round. So if you give them the input, they can do all year round production in order to ensure food security. So we are serving all those people regardless of their locations too.
Yes, Honorable Nyindam, and that may be the last supplementary
Thank
question.
you. Right. How can this be constituency specific? Mr. Speaker, I will ignore this. Mr. Speaker, my question is on the last paragraph, where the minister said, in collaboration with the Environmental Protection Authority, the ministry is constructing dugout in some Ghana landscape restoration and small-scale mining projects, beneficiary communities in the northern Ghana to support livestock watering, especially during the long dry season in the northern part of Ghana. Will the minister be kind enough to share these communities with us in this House, or the districts? Thank you very much. And I'm sure the Fiamako is listening.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's a tall list. And I want to come back to this House with the full list on all the dugouts, the small dams that we are constructing, those we are rehabilitating, the solar-powered boreholes we are drilling to support farmers in their activities. I will bring the full list to the House so that honorable members will know what is happening in their constituencies. In fact, if it is about yams, I would have mentioned your constituency already. But this one is not about yams. That's why I didn't mention you.
Honorable members, as a matter of fact, this should have been a fresh question so that the minister would be informed accordingly to bring the data to this particular House. Honorable members, question time is ended. May I use the opportunity to thank the minister on behalf of the House for attending upon the House and responding to all the questions scheduled for the minister. Minister, thank you very much. You are discharged. Yes?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I want to seek your leave to vary the other paper for today and go to order of business on today's other paper to move to commencement of public business. That's item number 8 on the other paper, and lay some get some reports presented. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, there should be no issues.
Very well. We accordingly vary the order of business. We are now at commencement of public business. Item numbered 8, presentation of papers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we want to take 8B, to start with 8B. And with your indulgence, can I seek permission for the Minister for Food and Agriculture to do so for us on behalf of the Minister?
Yes, Minority Chief Whip, further application.
Yeah, okay. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Let him finish.
Speaker, we have no objection to that, except to caution the leader that we know you are preparing mid-year, but the finance minister has not been coming. We can understand. The deputy minister has also not been coming. You should take a cue and transmit this information to them. Speaker, if it's for a good reason, if they are not coming as a result of, for a very good reason, we can permit them. But if they don't fulfill those reasons, we will stop them. We will stop them. So on that score, maybe you allow the Greek minister.
So, Honorable Minority Chief Whip, once you know that they are not coming for a good reason, let's hold them responsible to perform the reason for which they are not coming. So we then permit the minister responsible for agriculture to lay the paper on behalf of. Yes. Item numbered 8B, Minister responsible for agriculture.
Annual report on the public-private partnership project for the year 2024.
Honorable Minister, they enjoy you bowing. Yes.
Annual report on public-private partnership project for the year 2024.
Honorable members, report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Public Administration and State Interest for consideration and reports. Yes?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. The next one is 8C by the Minister for Energy and Green Transition. Mr. Speaker, I want to seek your permission again to do same for C, D, and E. These are all these reports, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. By the Minister responsible for Food and Agriculture.
Yes.
Speaker, I know the finance minister, you got to respect, the finance minister and his deputy are engaged in other equally important business. And we all understand, which we don't want to elucidate on. The Minister for Energy and Green Transition, the minister is there. There is a deputy minister, both of them at large. Why? Are they also engaged in matters very beneficial to this house? Then you have to give us better particulars. So that let him give better
Honorable
particulars.
member, you know the Minister for Energy and Green Transition has always been here.
Yes. So if he's
he is very, very, very punctual in this house.
Deputy should come and
so
lay the papers.
if for today he's not here, I will touch the soft part of your heart to pardon him. and then we allow the Minister for Agriculture.
My heart is very soft.
Very well,
but
very well.
I find it difficult agreeing to a situation where the minister will not be here, and his deputy will equally not be here. It's worrying. Chief Whip, they must respect your whip, and they must respond to your whip. Speaker, we will have to, on this occasion, we will have to send a word. The President, His Excellency the President, should fire his first reshuffle. Some of the ministers are not respecting Parliament. And those who are not, Abba. There are ministers, there are MPs. My honorable member, for instance, he can be a minister for energy. Yes. The honorable member at the far end there, he can be deputy minister for energy. The president should consider his first reshuffle if they won't respect this house.
Yes.
Speaker.
Minority.
Speaker,
majority
my brother knows that the minister responsible for energy and green transition and his deputy, the minister responsible for lands and natural resources and local government are regular members of this who attend to our businesses. He knows that the finance minister is coming here on the 24th for the mid-year. These are very critical ministries whose inputs into the media are very critical. That is why they are so engaged. So I plead with him. I plead with him that I'm sure tomorrow or early next week we'll hear good tidings. So we should allow the members responsible for
item numbered 8C to be taken by the Minister for Food and Agriculture for Energy and Green Transition. Let's take I, and I together.
Okay. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Volta River Authority for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Bui Power Authority for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Petroleum Authority for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the statements have been duly presented and it is referred to the Committee on Energy for consideration and reports. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Item 8D is the next one. Thank you.
Any application?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, again, if we can get the Minister for Food and Agriculture to lay that for us as well.
Yes. Minority Chief Whip.
There are no issues.
Very well. Minister.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority, LUSPA, for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources for consideration and report. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, now it's item 8C, and we want to, the series is 1E, 1E. That is by the Minister of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. And it's from 1 to 16, Roman number 16. Again, by the Minister for Food and Agriculture. Thank you.
Yes, Minister responsible for Food and Agriculture. You may present item numbered 8E.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of K2 North Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Anglonga District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Esunafo South District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the North Town District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Denchembuo District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of Greater Accra Coordinating Council for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Adaklu District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Suhum Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Asante Achim Central Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Adenta Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the La Dade Kotopon Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of Upper West Akim District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Adan East District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Shai Osudoku District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Efutu Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement of the Audit Committee of the Adan West District Assembly for the year 2024.
Honourable members, just a few minutes. Let's cross-check. Honourable members, in view of the fact that all these items are not to be referred to one committee, I want to defer the referral so that we sort out the various committees, the committees that are to take what. So we'll come back to the referral. Honourable members, the issues are sorted out. Honourable members, item 8E in whole, the whole of item 8E from Roman numeral 1 to 16 have been duly presented, and it is referred to the Committee on Local Government for consideration and reports. Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn our attention to item number 15 on the order paper.
Yes.
Item number 15, the Fisheries and Agriculture Bill. I think we were at the consideration stage yesterday where we truncated.
Very well. Yes.
Speaker, I think we related on the matter and the business. However, item 8F, I'm intentionally doing it. Item 8F has been on the order paper for close to a month. And since you are laying all these papers, I thought it wise that I should bring it to your notice. I don't know why it's always on the order paper, and yet you are not acting on it. What is the problem?
Yes, Honourable Minority Chief Whip, this issue was raised. And I think the Majority Leader himself, yes, before coming to him, the Majority Leader himself drew the attention of the House that there was a problem with the bill itself, which will have a consequential effect on the report of the committee. So that is what is holding on to the report of the committee. And once it is programmed on the order paper. Unless and until it is otherwise withdrawn, it will continue to be on the order paper. So I hope that whatever the problem might be, they will address it in no time. So the way will be clear whether the item should be withdrawn or we should proceed to take it. So let's bear with them. Honourable members, Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Honourable members, yesterday we deferred the consideration of Clause 5. Chairman of the committee, were you able to resolve issues?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It turned out that it was actually a policy issue, and so I convened a meeting between the minister and the chief whip, and then we were able to resolve it. So we resolved that the rendition as proposed here stays, if the House could consider and adopt that. Thank you.
Honourable members, the whole of Clause 5 is for the consideration of the House. In the absence of any proposed amendment, may I put a question on Clause 5? Yes, Honourable Kabiru, what is your proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, Clause 5, Clause 5.2. The President shall, in accordance with Article 70 of the Constitution, appoint the chairperson and members of the board. Mr. Speaker, I know that this is a standard provision, but that said, the power to appoint means the power to also disappoint. And if this Act creates statutory representation, because if you look at the governing board, Clause 5, it creates statutory representation to the board. Said people, I don't think the president should have the power to disappoint or to fire them in accordance with this particular act. So my proposal would have been to limit it to the chairperson and say other members of the board subject to the Clause 5. That is the provision in the Clause 5.
As you said, this is a standard rendition. It therefore means that it's been debated thoroughly before reaching this particular rendition. The answer to your question has been taken care of by subsequent clauses. So I will entreat you to read further. If you go to the tenure of office of members of the board, particularly Clause 8, sub-clause 7, it talks about declaration of vacancy. So there are provisos when it comes to declaration of vacancy, which provide an answer to the concern that you are raising.
Right also, and I've taken cognizance of that provision, and that is the more reason why I was talking about the Clause 5. Because if you read that 8.7, specifically, it says that there shall be vacancy, the minister shall notify the president. My emphasis is the minister shall notify the president of the vacancy, and the president shall appoint a person to fulfill the vacancy of the unexpired term. And that brings you to the point that those people are statutory representatives. And the president, by mere notice of the minister, cannot appoint people if those people fall within the statutory representation. And that's the reason why I was drawing our attention to this particular provision in 5, so that when we get to this particular place, we will have addressed that particular concern. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we will prefer to go by the standard rendition, which is captured now in this current rendition, and compensate his concern by subsection 7 that discusses vacancy and the conditions for vacancy and what happens thereof. I'm not clear what mischief is seen here that the honorable member is trying to
Honorable
kill.
members,
It's not clear to me what the mischief is.
honorable
This
members,
standard rendition.
You see, honorable members, these are what we refer to as institutional representation. So therefore, if you are a chief executive of maritime authority, if your appointment is terminated as a chief executive of maritime authority, then you cease to be a member of the board. And any other person who holds that particular office becomes an automatic member of the board. That is why when you go to clause 8, subclause 7, the proviso is there that even where there's going to be a declaration of vacancy, that declaration of vacancy will not affect the institutional representations. So I don't know why the issue that the president who appoints can disappoint. So therefore, we should add to this particular rendition.
Mr. Speaker,
So
I don't know whether I'm not making my point clear, and let me labor to try to make it a bit clearer. The point I'm making is that this act says that the president shall be given the right to appoint the board chairman and other members of the board. And this is in line, as admitted, with standard practices. But I'm saying that in this particular act, there are institutional representation. In fact, the act says not just the CEO, but the CEO can nominate someone who is the rank of a director to be on the board. So the fact that the CEO is fired does not necessarily mean that the representation ceases to operate, because by the nature, if a CEO appoints the line manager to represent...
Honorable member, at this particular provision, we are talking about appointment, but we are not talking about termination. So you can hold your brief. When we come to termination, then you can raise that particular point.
Mr. Chairman,
but here, the rendition is saying that the president shall, in accordance with Article 70, now open your constitution. What is Article 70 saying? The president shall, in accordance with Article 70 of the Constitution, appoint the chairperson and members of the board. And we are talking here clearly about appointment. There is nothing about termination. The issue that you are raising is about termination. So how does it relate to the rendition?
Mr. Speaker, with a bit of patience, I will urge you that
we understood the point that you are making.
You drew our attention.
Except that,
Mr. Speaker, you drew my attention to the termination. I didn't talk about it. I was raising issue about appointment.
Yes.
Then you drew my attention to the termination. And that was where I came to the termination. I did not start ab initio with the termination.
So what point are you raising on this standard provision?
My point, Mr. Speaker, is that I was proposing that if it is possible, once it's a proposal and an amendment is not so accepted, I think the House will indulge you to make. My proposal was that.
So, honorable member, you are a first timer. Normally what we do is you propose amendment. And let me put a question on your amendment. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, like the member said, I think he was referring himself to 5.1, what we started yesterday when the majority chief whip was proposing that even the premix secretariat should be included into the board. So his argument here is that if you go to clause 5.1, that the governing body of the commission is a board consisting of, and then they mention up to representative like DI, the Maritime Authority, the Ghana Police Service, the Navy. So he is of the opinion that the president shall, according to Article 70, the members. So his argument here is to the effect that if they are having institutional representative, is the president still appointing the institutional representative or the institution is bringing them? And if it is the case, and even if it is the case, that under clause 5.1, where the president appoints the chairman and the clause 5.1b, the executive director, if the executive director appointment is terminated, what now stand by the institutional representative as you go to clause 2, where the president have to appoint everybody from the board? And even clause 1 also give the minister opportunity to appoint somebody into the board, nominate somebody into the board. Then 2 is also saying the president shall appoint. So the point is that, is the president appointing everybody? So that is what he's trying to cure. So let him make his proposal, a proposed amendment. If it is so rejected, and then we will know. But Chairman, maybe you should throw more light so that we get to understand the whole thing.
Honorable members, I have the view that if the thing is not torn, you don't make an attempt to patch it. You see, he started by saying this is a standard provision. The provision is dealing with appointment. If you have a right to nominate, after nomination, practically what happened? All the people nominated are appointed. And we are dealing with appointment. We are not dealing with termination. And the president will have to do the appointment in line with Article 71 of the Constitution. So, honorable member, what is Article 70 of the Constitution saying? Honorable members, on the hand side, let me read. The president shall, acting in consultation with the Council of State, appoint the Commissioner for Human Rights and Administrative Justice and deputies, the Auditor General, the District Assembly's Common Fund, the chairman and other members of the Public Services Commission, the Lands Commission, the governing bodies of public corporations, the National Council of Higher Education, the holders of such other offices as may be prescribed by the Constitution or by any other law not inconsistent with the Constitution. The President shall, acting on the advice of the Council of State, appoint the chairman, deputy chairman, and other members of the Electoral Commission. So the power to appoint is given by the President. And the law is saying that after all these people are nominated, then they will be appointed by the President in line with Article 70 of the Constitution. So what is the issue that you are raising? That's why we are having difficulty.
All right, so Mr. Speaker, sorry if this proposal I'm trying to make is creating confusion, and I have to make that on the record. I don't have any issue as to the power of the President to appoint in consonance with Article 70.
Yes.
And then the Act provided under Clause 5 for people to be nominated, rightly so, for the President to appoint.
Yes.
No ambiguity whatsoever with that.
So the issue now
that I'm saying is that yesterday, taking clue from what you say, that clarity, abundance of such clarity to the law is actually what I was preaching here. And my proposed amendment was to the fact that other members subject to the nominations specified under Clause 5. That was the proposal. So that the clarity, even though I admitted that it's a standard provision, but a mischievous president may decide that I have the power to appoint and the power to disappoint. So whosoever comes to the board, I can fire and I can appoint, irrespective of this provision. So that was the point.
You see, that is why I am telling you that this provision is not dealing with the power to terminate. This provision has nothing to do with that. So for you introducing power to terminate, you are not getting the provision clear. And if you read the constitutional provision in Article 70, it's talking about purely about appointment, but not talking about termination.
Mr. Speaker,
Do you get the point?
Mr. Speaker, I think we are properly guided, and the member will withdraw this amendment, and then we will continue.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just rise to withdraw the proposed amendment.
There is no proposal on the floor.
So, Mr. Speaker, the point...
That is why I'm of the view that at consideration stage, we don't engage in an argument. So when you get up, your ability is to propose an amendment to a rendition. So when you get up, then you say, Mr. Speaker, I propose that delete this, insert this. Then I will say it is for the consideration of the House. You understand? But the argument that you have the power to appoint and you can no, that's not what happened at the consideration stage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided. Mr. Speaker.
Very well. As many as are in favor of clause 5 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Functions of the board.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no proposed amendment.
However, it is for the consideration of the House. In the absence of any consideration to clause 6, yes?
The Speaker, with respect, I would like to propose an amendment D that the board, clause 6, that the board may perform any other functions as determined by the minister. Thank you. D, I said D. D. I'm saying that I want to propose an amendment to the clause D that the board may perform any other functions as the minister may determine. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the committee. And we need to take into consideration whether a minister determines function of the board or it is the law that determines functions of the board.
Mr. Speaker, it is the law that determines functions of the board. And if you look at item A, B, and C, it covers enough of what is expected of the functions of the board. So I submit that this current rendition of 6 stays. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I've been observing lawmaking here, and some of the laws we passed have what I'm proposing. If you look at the Education Regulatory Bodies Act 1023, that was provided to most of the agencies' boards. That is why I'm bringing this to your attention.
You see, I was so much instrumental, in processing that particular bill. That bill more or less establishes committees, and functions of the committees can be determined by the minister. But this one, we are talking of the board, and the board is the outer ego of the institution. So there's a clear, I know you are talking about omnibus clause. Is that not so? Yes.
Speaker, let's make progress.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of clause 6 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Duties and liabilities of a member of the board.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no proposed amendments. However, it's for the consideration of the House.
Honourable members, committee has no proposed amendment, but it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Yes, Honourable Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've read through the duties, and I was proposing to add F. And if you so minded, I would like to read what I was proposing to add to that. E will read, avoid leaking sensitive information to parties in a manner detrimental to the Commission. I tried to read through to see which of the current provision has that, or try to capture the spirit of the point I wanted to capture. But I labored to see if I was proposing that we have F that will seek to avoid board members leaking information to parties because of their privileged position in a way that is detrimental to the interests of the Commission. Thank you very much.
So, which clause are you making the proposal?
Clause 7, 2F. And my rendition is avoid leaking sensitive information to parties in a manner detrimental to the Commission.
This one. So, honorable member, let me couch the amendment for him. So, amendment proposed. Clause 7, sub-clause 2. Additional new clause. Additional new paragraph to clause 7 to D. Then your proposal will come. Avoid linking sensitive information. So, honorable member, look at clause 7 to D. And if I may read, avoid making improper use of information acquired by virtue of a position of the member so as to benefit that member or to the detriment of the Commission. And then E. So if you are going to avoid improper use of information, must we add another clause to say avoid linking sensitive information?
Yeah, Chairman, if the import is same, I didn't, if the import is same, then the proposal I withdraw, but I didn't get, and that's the reason why, can we be patient at least? Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the issue, as you explained, if the D covers the import of that particular provision, I'm well guarded. I'm not interested in adding to that.
I'm not imposing anything on you. You see, as for bill processing, you need to take your time and get to the rudiment of the game. And if a provision is at stake, you must first of all read the provision as a whole. It is then that you can determine the adequacy or inadequacy of the provision. So I'm just advising that we hasten slowly in these matters. So for me, if I am supposed to take part in the debate, what I will say is that avoid making improper use of information. It's even better than the adjective critical information, because who determines whether the information is critical or it is not critical? So therefore, avoid the use of information. Take care of the concern that you are raising. Yes, Honorable Collins Dauda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague addressed you, Mr. Chairman. The Speaker is always a Speaker. The Speaker can never be transformed to a Chairman. And I thought I should draw his attention to it for him to make the necessary corrections. The Speaker must be addressed properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Please take note.
At consideration stage, many of the time our rules are relaxed at consideration stage.
Honorable.
That is why you see the mails being tailed. So you should understand.
Honorable Kabiru, please resume your seat unless you want to do proposed amendment to clause 7. Do you have a proposed amendment to clause 7 or you still want to carry your amendment? Are you abandoning your proposed amendment? Proposed amendment accordingly abandoned. In the absence of any further proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 7 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Tenure of office of members of the board.
Honourable members, before taking clause 8, let me do additional acknowledgement. Advent Reformed, students from Advent Reformed Institution are here to visit us. They are led by Mauto Joseph, headmaster, and they are from Achiansi. They numbered 168. You are welcome, and may you have a fruitful visit to Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you for coming. Yes, honourable members, clause 8. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no proposed amendments. However, it's for the consideration of the House.
Honourable members, the committee has no proposed amendment. It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable member, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 8 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Yes, Honourable Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing to insert under clause 8, subsection 7, paragraph E, to read, the minister shall notify the president of the vacancy, and the president shall appoint a person to fill the vacancy for the unexpired term without prejudice to section 5 of the Act. And the addition is to insert without prejudice to section 5 of the Act. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm making this proposal is to kill any mischief that probably will vest the power to appoint and terminate at random by the president, which is not in consonance with the provision of this act. Mr. Speaker, you recall our previous discussion we just had about clause 5. Clause 5. Let me make a point.
Mr. Speaker, I see the point Kabiru is making, but is misreading the provision. 7 is very clear. No, hold on. No. 8-7. That's what I mean. You speak of 8-7. Now, 8-7 begins this way. Where there is a vacancy, A, B, C, the continuation of C is that the minister shall. So, the minister shall is actually a continuation of 7. So, 5 8.5 is a standalone. Yes, so Mr. Speaker, there's no mischief created by the provision at all.
Mr. Speaker, I understand what my respected leader is saying, but the point I'm making is different. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether I'm the only one thinking that way or I'm thinking weird. And I will concede if my thoughts are weird. But Mr. Speaker, where the president have the power to appoint a person and to disappoint a person, that power would sometimes have to be defined, the limit of that power. And the problem I have with the current rendition is that you said the minister will notify the president to appoint. It ends at that. It ends at that. And once it ends at that, any president, even if we don't tie the hands of the president, an institution can nominate someone and the president says, I have the power to appoint, so I will not appoint the person. Please, can I make my point? Can I make my point? No, it has never been.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, I will advise again that the legislative process is very technical.
No.
You must take your time.
You're not getting the point I'm making. The point I'm making.
Yes, Honourable Nitiwood.
But Chairman, I'm supposed to support you all. Chairman, I will support you. Don't worry. Mr. Chairman, the executive is the president. All others are acting to support him. That power to appoint rests on only one person, and that is the president. That's why the minister cannot appoint. But the minister can recommend to the president. So once the minister makes a recommendation, the president is not bound to accept that recommendation. The president can decide that I'm looking for somebody else and appoint that person. So when they say that in the point I'm coming, the point that is being made that the president shall appoint, I'm not sure that the meaning that the president shall appoint that person. I'm not sure that is what is captured here. But once you notify a president that there's vacancy, the rule is that you can nominate. Sometimes you may not even nominate, but the president will fill that vacancy. It's important for you to notify the president there is a vacancy because the president will not know. So Mr. Speaker, the power rests with the executive, and that power by the Constitution is the president who has that power, that executive power. The rest are assisting. So if you look at most of the acts that we have passed, it's captured in a similar language like this. That's how I will not challenge the thing. It's mostly captured like this, and we have never had a problem where somebody thinks that, well, I've nominated to the president, so the president must do what I want. It's not possible. I don't know how we're going to. It's not possible. So I think that when they say that the minister shall, which is the correct, you have to do it. And they say that the president shall appoint a person to fill the vacancy for the unexpired term. So the president shall appoint a person. And so I don't think we should fight over this. It's the correct language, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, there is nothing wrong with clause 8.7. It's a standard rendition. And you cannot read clause 8.7 without making reference to subsection 3 and 4. Because subsection 3 and 4 is a condition based on which clause 7 will be invoked. So if you read it in consonance with 3 and 4, you realize that in most of the bills that we have passed in this house, some of the provisions here are standard provisions that the House has debated upon and agreed to. So unless you have exceptional reason Yes.
I want to draw your attention to something. So the member is saying that there are institutional representations here. So, for example, somebody from maybe Fisheries Commission or maybe another maritime authority for some reason resigns or passes on or something happens. And the president decides to appoint. He's trying to make a point that the act should be captured in such a way that the president will have to appoint somebody from the same institution. That's what he's trying to say. Because with that, don't say no. Listen, don't say no. Don't say no. Because what he's trying to say is that if the president does not appoint somebody from that institution, the meaning will be that you will be going against the act. That's the point he's trying to make. But we'll look at it.
Honorable former defense minister, with all due respect, if you are a member of a committee as a result of you being a defense minister, if today you are no longer a defense minister, there is a vacancy. Is that not so? So the minister will notify the president. And once it is institutional representation, whoever is the minister responsible for defense will then be appointed to now assume the position. So that is how it is done. So it doesn't create, once it is institutional representation, there is nothing you can do about the institutional representation. Because if they say a chief executive of an institution, whoever is the chief executive, you may not even resign. Let's say if your appointment is terminated as a chief executive of a maritime authority, by virtue of that termination at that institution, a different person is coming to occupy. And because you are there by virtue of a chief executive of maritime authority, once you are no longer a chief executive of maritime authority, a new person who comes based on the information from the minister to the president will then be appointed to fill the vacancy. So that is how it is done.
Speaker, I want to create your indulgence to, if you know, you are a lawyer, a very important one, of course. The Supreme Court sometimes will go back to Parliament to pick the debates, to guide them on what informed Parliament to make the law.
Yes.
So I'll plead that he's raising something. I'll plead that you
I will listen
to him and that makes sense.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate all that you have stated. But Mr. Speaker, will appreciate the point that interpretation of the act, of the bill, once it becomes an act, doesn't lie with us. It lies with the court. And so you very respectfully sitting there, looking at it from the perspective of a reasonable man, is likely to look at it within the context that this is something that is very simple and that everybody should understand it. But Mr. Speaker, when you look at Section 5, it is, Section 5 speaks to the constitution of the board. Section 8 is only speaking to the situation of a vacancy. And so, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't spoil anything. If in drafting Section 8, Section 8C, we say subject to Section 8, so that for precision and specificity purposes, whoever takes this act will know that the power to appoint to fill a vacancy by the president is subject to Section 5. Then when you go to Section 5, it would then, Mr. Speaker, all the things that you have stated are now then catered for, so that there's no dispute. Mr. Speaker, on the ground, there's always dispute. Mr. Speaker, I've witnessed a situation where, for instance, there's a contest as to whether the power of the president to appoint from an institution means that is the institution, very respectfully, that is nominating, that is appointing or appointing for the president, or no, it is not even nomination. In their minds, wait. I am highlighting problems on the ground. Practical problems, Mr. Speaker, I have witnessed. And so, Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I know that you are a master when it comes to drafting. Mr. Speaker, I don't think, subject to drafting, proper drafting language, which, Mr. Speaker, you have, vast experience more than I do. I think that if it doesn't hurt drafting, Mr. Speaker, nothing stops us from saying that subject to clause 5.
You see, honorable members, there is a cardinal rule in drafting. And that rule is a rule of consistency.
It's better than being...
Honorable members, in drafting, consistency is very, very key. Now, if in all laws that we have passed, this is the rendition, it has not been subject to, immediately you are doing this one otherwise. It means you want this to be interpreted in a way different from the other laws that we have passed. That is why, unless you have a compelling reason, you don't depart from a consistent rules. Because if you pick about laws passed, let's say from 2020 till 2025, you realize that these provisions are standard. So you must have a compelling reason for which Parliament should deviate from its standard to do something otherwise. Because once that happens, it gives a different room for interpretation. Now, the provision that we are considering that they are proposing amendment is clause 8(7). And what is the law saying? Where there is a vacancy under subsection 3, what is subsection 3(8) is saying? He said a member of the board may at any time resign from office. So it means that the vacancy is created as a result of resignation. That is one. Then it says subsection 4. And what is subsection 4 saying? It says a member of the board who is absent from 3 consecutive meetings without sufficient cause ceases to be a member of the board. Now, the A, that is what it is talking about. That is why it's saying that where there is a vacancy, as a result of a resignation, as a result of absenting yourself more than the required period, then there is vacancy. Then when that vacancy occurred, the minister will have to notify the appointing authority, and consequentially, the appointing authority will then appoint to fill the vacancy. Now, B is saying that as a result of declaration under subsection 6, what is subsection 6 is saying? Where a member of the board is for sufficient reason unable to act as a member, the minister shall determine whether the inability will result in a declaration of vacancy. So when such a thing happens, then the minister is to notify the appointing authority. Then C, by reason of death, when a person appointed to serve on the board died, then the minister would inform the president. And the rendition is saying that when all these things happen, the minister shall notify the president of the vacancy, and the president shall appoint a person to fill the vacancy for the unexpired term. So, why are you saying we should subject this particular provision to clause 5?
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, we are looking at how to draft this to make the interpretation of it easier for everybody. Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, with all the analysis that you have done, with all humility, we are supposed to assume that on the basis that the president has the power to appoint under Section 5, in appointing, he is likely to appoint from the very institution whose representative I'm saying, so assume from its analysis, he is bound to. But I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, for specificity and precision, Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, it doesn't hurt if we're to make that provision. That said, Mr. Speaker, as I've always said, I defer to you on this. But, Mr. Speaker, it is my humble view that you made reference that because of the way we have drafted in the past, it's the standard and it can create confusion in interpretation.
No, you are getting me wrong. I said when you try to depart from the standard, then the judges in interpreting it will look at this particular law, look at the other laws that you have passed, that if the immediately preceding bill, this is how Parliament passed it. However, in this bill, Parliament is doing anything different. Do we put the meaning that we will place on it in the law preceding, or we should depart from the meaning? So that is what will create the ambiguity in the minds of those who are supposed to interpret the law. Because Speaker, it is the same Parliament that is making the law. So unless there are compelling reasons,
Mr. Speaker,
you don't depart.
I have very respectfully highlighted to you emerging practical problems. As we speak,
well, honorable members, we cannot be arguing one clause forever. So I intend to put a question, and as many as are in favor of clause A standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Meetings of the board.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no proposed amendments.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 9 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 9 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10. Clause 10.
Disclosure of interest.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no proposed amendments.
Honourable members, this is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, the question is, all those in favor of clause 10 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 11.
Establishment of committees.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no advertised amendments.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 11 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Fisheries Settlement Committee.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have an advertised amendment to this.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment?
Yours is advertised.
Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 12 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
Co-management committees.
Chairman of the committee.
Your committee has no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 13 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, clause 13 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Functions of a co-management committee.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendments, please.
Honourable members, no advertised amendment from the committee's point of view. It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 14 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 14 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 15.
Procedures of co-management committees.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment to this.
It is, however, for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 15? Yes.
Speaker,
Honorable Roxy Nelson.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, the term rules and procedures has assumed a term of art. So I propose that after the, we add rules and procedures. I thank you very much. So that it reads, the board shall, acting on the advice of the executive director, by guidelines, prescribe the rules and procedures, powers, and related matters of co-management committees established under Section 13. I thank you.
Honourable member, we want to be with you. You say the terminology is rules and procedure.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my proposal is that the phrase should read, so let me read the entire phrase. The board shall, acting on the advice of the executive director, by guidelines, prescribe the rules and procedures, powers, and related matters of co-management committees established under Section 13. No. Speaker, the intent here is that the co-management committees are committees that will be handling matters of dispute. And so the intent of the House is to allow the board to fashion a guideline by way of how the committee will conduct its affairs, procedure, rules, how matters.
Honourable member,
yes.
If you are talking about rules, then we are invoking Article 11.7. Now this one
Mr. Speaker,
is merely the procedure by which the management committee is going to operate. Once you introduce an element of rules, then you are invoking Article 11.7.
Mr. Speaker, not at all. The head note reads procedures of co-management committees.
Yes.
So it's very clear.
Yes.
Now, if the board is by guidelines, which in this sense will mean like regulations, the board will by regulations, guidelines, provide procedure. And I'm saying that the procedure should be...
Honourable member, once it is rules, you are delving into an arena of regulation.
Mr. Speaker, the guideline,
for instance,
is a derivative,
the rules
of
that
house.
govern this House.
Yes.
But this one, for that rules to have equal force and effect as laws passed by Parliament, it must be laid in this House in line with Article 11.7.
No.
But this one is just talking about guideline.
No.
You are using guideline. We are delving into administrative procedures, administrative guideline. Then you prescribe a procedure based on which something is going to be done. Our court rules do normally come to Parliament here. So we need to be careful using the language rules.
Mr. Speaker, I believe you are extending the meaning placed under the rules and procedure here. The framers are saying that the board shall by guidelines. Now, the guidelines will give the committee some indications as to handle matters that come before it. Now, they will provide the roadmap that, for instance, if a complaint is filed, it must take 10 days before another can respond. When another responds, it must take maybe 5 days before another can. So it's generally what is being intended. Now, the procedure in fashioning this procedure that the board is intending here, and my view is that rules should be attached to the rules and procedure. But it is no rules as intended in Article 11 as you are insinuating. Because this is simply guideline. Because what we are doing here is a derivative of the regulations. If you remember, Mr. Speaker, under the Cyber Security Act, we mandated the minister to come by regulations, and we also mandated the minister to, after coming by regulations, the board will have power to give guidelines. And the guidelines, they are force of law. They have force of law. If you breach it, you are liable. We cannot say that this House will give the minister the power to make regulations. The board will have power to make guidelines, and the guidelines can be breached.
Well, this one is by the use of terminology. Will you mind if I defy it to the drafters?
No, I will abandon it. But it should be for the records. I will abandon it. Yeah.
Very well. As many as are in favor of clause 15 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 16.
Allowances.
Chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, we don't have an advertised amendment, please.
Honourable members, it is for your consideration. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 16, the question is, as many as are in favor of it being standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 16 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, please, I may want to hear you on the vote. Clause 17.
Ministerial directives.
No. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes. Honorable Asafwa. Clause 17.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to propose if the directives, if the S can be put into comma so that it can suffice for both a singular directive and a plural directive.
Yes, any other proposed amendment? Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to propose that the rendition should be, the minister may give directives in writing to the Commission on Matters of Policy. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because directives of the minister on such matters is important to be in writing. And so if we could include that in writing, I so submit. Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, I support the present amendment.
Any further amendment? Honourable members, is it a policy directives or ministerial directives? The question is whether the head note should be ministerial directive or policy directives. Honourable members, the laws that we have consistently passed says policy directives. Honourable member, your proposal is that The minister may give directives in writing to the commission on matters of policy, and the commission shall comply. So the proposal is, after directives, insert in writing. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is accordingly carried. Yes. Honorable Asafo, I know what to do. Please. Yes, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dafonko. Yes, Honorable Dafonko, you have the floor. Honorable members whose microphone is on.
Okay, try. You can use mine.
Speaker, the head note should, in consonance with our drafting style, in drafting head notes of provisions of this nature, should read policy directives. Policy that the drafters can quickly compare with some of the recent legislations that we've passed. Yes. Progress.
So, Honorable.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, I propose that the head note we delete ministerial and insert policy. So it reads policy directives, as so proposed. Thank you.
Honorable members, you may cross-check, but I recall this has been argued. It is not the minister per se who is giving the directives, but he's just carrying the policy to the institution. That is why it's a policy directive, but carried by the minister. So the rendition says the minister may give directives. Sometimes the rendition will say the minister may give directives on matters of policy to the institution, and the institution may comply. So on this note, I may want to direct the drafters to tidy it up and also take into consideration whether directives should be plural or singular in view of what happened yesterday. We draft in singular, but when they choose to be plural, then they must be consistent throughout. As many as are in favor of clause 17, as variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 17, as variously amended, is hereby ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 18.
Divisions and specialized units of the Commission.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 18 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 18 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 19. Chairman of committee.
Can you imagine the number of people that she has told this?
Clause 19.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendments.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 19 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 19 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Appointment of Executive Director.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 20 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 20 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Functions of the Executive Director.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any advertised amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes. Honorable Professor Kinsilinyako.
Mr. Speaker, clause 21, paragraph 1, subparagraph A, I propose we delete after administration of the affairs so that we have is responsible for the day-to-day administration of the commission. Mr. Speaker, my position is that administration is the running of a business activity. And I have checked some of the laws we have passed. For example, if you look at the Education Regulatory Bodies Act, under the functions of the Director General, it's responsible for the day-to-day administration of the commission. So I think that if of the affairs is taken out, and if we have is responsible for the day-to-day administration of the commission, that is a bit better. Thank you.
Honourable members, it is for your consideration. Yes, Honourable Roxy Nelson.
Speaker, for the sake of consistency, he's made a good case, so I support the amendment.
Very well. Yes, Honourable member.
Oh, how can I disagree? I'm making another proposal.
No.
Oh,
Honourable
this
members,
one. Okay.
we don't do it like that. Honourable members, I'll put the question. The proposal by Honourable Professor Kinsilinyako is to delete affairs after there, so that the rendition will be the Executive Director. Okay, so the rendition will be to delete of the affairs. Is that not so? And then the new rendition will be the Executive Director is responsible for the day-to-day administration of the Commission. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 21, 1A is hereby ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to propose an insertion to the functions 121.1. And my proposal is for the Executive Director to be responsible for the direction and supervision of the employees of the Commission. I take it again. My proposal is that the Executive Director should be is responsible for the direction and supervision of the employees.
So we need to satisfy ourselves whether the direction to the employees who will be working on daily basis should be part of the day-to-day administration or is separate from the day-to-day administration of.
Mr. Speaker, I'm making this proposal because when it comes to day-to-day administration, it refers generally, of course, to the finances and everything, but specifically when it comes to matters of supervision and direction, it has become one of the new areas where executive officers, directors of institutions are directed to administer.
so that they have that kind of responsibility in case of any other matter. You hold them.
Yes, Chairman of the
That
committee.
is my proposal.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully disagree with my colleague. I think that is found in A, responsible for the day-to-day administration of the commission.
Yes,
So
Honorable Kinsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, as much as this good observation, it is captured in A. And again, if you look at the bills, laws we pass here, this is a standard rendition. They all capture what is captured here. And what our honorable member has said finds expression in the A. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Shaibu.
Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more with my colleagues on this. And even if it's not implied, I mean, any other thing can be found in the omnibus clause of D, which says, shall perform any other function determined by the board.
Yes, Honorable Member, do you still insist on your amendment?
Mr. Speaker, you wanted...
Speaker, to provide a further guide, matters of discipline are inherent in the board, the administrative. The board will have a subcommittee to handle disciplinary matters. So administrative is very broad. So there's no need for us to be very specific in terms of providing for it. So we should leave it in the general proviso in A.
Very well.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, though I still believe it's relevant, but subject to this guidance, I will withdraw the proposed amendment.
Very well, amendment abandoned. So, honorable members, the omnibus clause that we have been talking about, that it should be under the board, is rightly captured here. Shall perform any other function determined by the board. This is where it should be captured, because the executive director will have to take instructions from the board, which is the outer ego. Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing under 21 to the deletion of in writing, so that it shall read, or it will read, the executive director may delegate a function to an officer of the commission, but it's not relieved from the ultimate responsibility for the performance of the delegated function. Mr. Speaker, I'm making this point because Mr. Speaker, the functions of executive directors sometimes comes in the form of memos that are referred to them, then you direct them to line officers to act on. If that direction on the memo constitutes direction in writing, then probably I'm tempted to yield. Otherwise, the function of executive director to delegate certain function which has to be in writing that I am delegating ABC to do might be onerous.
So the memo that you refer to is memo oral?
Mr. Speaker, when I'm saying memo, for instance, executive director may have communication coming from parliament, then you minute on it to a particular officer. So
is that minute going to be in writing or oral?
Mr. Speaker, that minute is in writing. But I'll give you another scenario where board takes a decision that we should compile. So let me make my point. Let me advance my point. Kindly let me finish the point. You can come, please.
Honorable Dapamoko, he has the floor, so allow him. Just allow him. I'll give you the floor thereafter.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Speaker, we have situation where boards meet and agree that we need report on ABC. And then the executive director says that assistant prepare the report. In that case, the executive director is giving as delegated someone to do, but that does not usually come in the form of written memo to the line officer to prepare that report. Inherent in this particular provision says that it's not relief of the ultimate responsibility. And I think that should suffice in itself than to add in writing. Otherwise, it will be too onerous for executive directors to perform. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Shaibu.
Speaker, let me disagree with my younger brother. Speaker, you see, the clause goes further to say that, but is not relieved from the ultimate responsibility. So if you take a phone call and you give instructions, it doesn't do it. How do you take ultimate responsibility? The reason why it should be in writing, because ultimately you'll be responsible, and there must be a trace of instructions or delegated responsibility you have given to the person. That is why it's here. In any case, Mr. Speaker, a while ago we just we inserted in writing with a policy, so that we should be consistent. Thank you.
Honorable members, Honorable Kabiru, when we talk about delegation of a function, it means that it is my responsibility to preside over the House. I am, however, not going to preside over the House. My function is to preside over the House. But I'm, however, not going to do it. And the law is permitting me to ask you, Dr. Kabiru, to do that for and on my behalf. And whatever you have done, I owe the responsibility for it. That is different from an institution where accountant is to prepare a report. And you, the executive director, call on that particular accountant that prepared the report and bring it for me to send to the board. That is a different thing altogether. It relates to a function that you will have to perform, that instead of yourself performing that function, you are asking another person to do that particular function instead of you. That is what the law is saying, that the only way that can happen is when it is in writing.
Mr. Speaker, in my little learning, the principle of delegatus non potest delegare comes handy.
Yes.
And I am aware of this.
Yes.
I am aware of this.
Yes.
And the only point I was trying to simplify it was that it's too onerous sometimes for, but I yield. It's too onerous sometimes that the ED have to put everything in writing. But I yield to the.
So, because of the principle that we have stated, literally meaning a delegated power cannot further be delegated. If I tell you by word of mouth, and you also ask somebody by word of mouth to go and do it, how can we determine that what you are telling me to do by word of mouth is a delegated function for which reason I'm not supposed to perform it? That is the more reason for which it must be in writing. Yes, Honorable Nitiwu.
Mr. Speaker, I think the writing is very important, especially when they are qualifying to say that the ultimate responsibility is on the person doing the delegation. Because you cannot use oral to delegate somebody and tomorrow he says, you did it, and you say, I didn't do it. How are you going to know that? But then the words that are important are the may in writing and the function. Because you are delegating a function to an officer to do on your behalf. The best thing is to write. And so the way it is captured is much better because, as you said, I was just having a chat with my colleague, and it is clear. After the delegation, it's your duty to decide whether you want to delegate somebody or not to delegate somebody. It's not a force. So when you decide to delegate somebody, a function to somebody to do it in writing. But remember that when you do it in writing tomorrow, the ultimate responsibility is on you. It's as simple as that. I think it's good.
Yes. So, will you abandon?
Mr. Speaker, I yield. I think we can continue.
Very well. As many as I... Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. 22-1. We are 21. No. 21-2. Mr. Speaker, I have a problem with the principle. Mr. Speaker, my problem is that we ought to avoid confusion in organizations. I think that, Mr. Speaker, I think, in my humble view, it is okay for the chief executive to delegate his powers to somebody. But, Mr. Speaker, to delegate the functions of other officers, I think is problematic. Mr. Speaker, we are in a situation where a chief executive, by so doing, can render somebody an officer in the company. If you have a chief executive who is used to usurping powers of others, he can potentially render other officers redundant.
But, Honorable Member,
wait,
what is in this provision that suggests that the chief executive can delegate functions of others other than his own function?
So, Mr. Speaker, then we have to look at the wording again. A function, then we have to look at the wording. A function. Yes.
You see, honorable member, there is a general principle that in arriving at a meaning of a provision, the marginal note is a guide. And if you look at the marginal note is talking about functions of executive director. Very well. Very well. As many as are in favor of clause 21 as amended standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Clause 21 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22.
Appointment of deputy executive directors.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Kingsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, so clause 22, paragraph 2, I propose that on the second line, we delete A and insert D. Then after technical, we insert services and general services. I'm saying this because if you look at 22.1, it says the President shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint 2 deputy executive directors for the Commission, one for technical services and the other for general services. But when you come to 2, there is no, it ends at technical. The services are missing. At least what I'm holding, I see only, it ends at technical, full stop. But it should be technical services and general services to conform with 22.1. That's why I'm proposing that we delete the A before deputy and insert services and general services after technical. I will submit. Thank you.
You see, honorable, this thing, you have to take it from clause 22.1, which reads, the President shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint 2 deputy executive directors for the Commission, one for technical services and the other for general services. So the one for technical services will be a deputy executive director technical, and the one for general services will be the executive director general, deputy executive director general. Or you want the services to be added?
From what I'm holding, if you observe clearly, both the new one and the one we had yesterday, that paragraph ends with director for technical, but it's supposed to be director for technical services. And also, there is a director for general services. That is missing. If you compare, the Speaker, with all due respect, let's go back to 22.1. The President shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint 2 deputy executive directors for the Commission, one for technical services and the other for general services. You come to 2. The President shall have regard to the scheme of service of the Commission in making the appointment of a Deputy Executive Director for technical. For it to be completed, there should be technical services.
You are right.
And general services.
Yes, Honorable Dafanoko.
Speaker, I follow what Professor Nyaku is suggesting, but let me avert his mind to the special nature of 2. 2, we are urging the President by law to have regard to the scheme of service. The scheme of service places the issue in context. The general cannot be compartmentalized, but the deputy for technical services, the President must have regard to the scheme of service. So it is not fatal, not adding service to the technical at the end at all. At all. But I disagree with you urging us that we should again include general, because we can't urge the President to have regard to general services. Hold on. Scheme of service for the Deputy Executive Director for general services. The general services is general services. But technical is specialized. In fact, in a lot of the provisions we did this, we use the phrase that we must have expertise in the area. So it's about paying attention to the expertise of the person you are appointing as the Deputy Executive Director for technical services. But as for general, anybody who exhibits experience in management and is qualified should be able to be appointed as a deputy for general services. So the 2 is captured like that for some effect.
Yes, Roxanne, we are speaking the same language.
Great, yes.
What he's saying is that from 22:1, the President shall appoint 2, 1 in charge of general services and another 1 in charge of technical services. Now, when you come to 2 tries to qualify the technical services. So he's saying that the President shall have regard to the scheme of service of the Commission in making the appointment of a Deputy Executive Director for the technical services. You understand? But for the general services, there is no clause. So he is proposing that we shouldn't end the rendition at technical. So it should be technical services. So we should add services to technical. Is that not your proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, okay, I yield to my senior to speak, and I'll come back.
Yes, Honorable Animedo.
Right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I would agree with the professor, because flowing from 1, when we come to 2, we are silent on the general services. And I think that's the point he's making, that the President shall have regard to the scheme of service of the Commission in making the appointment for the technical services. What about the general services?
No, do you know something? What this means is that the President may not have regard to the scheme of service in appointing the Deputy for General Services. It is only when it comes to the technical services that he must take into consideration the scheme of service because of the technical nature of the work that the person is coming to do.
One may ask, why not the general services? Why not? Because, you see, the 1 is talking about the appointment that the President is going to make for the 2. And 2 is flowing from 1. But we have omitted the general services. If there is any reason why we have to omit the general services, I will yield.
Speaker.
Honorable Shaibu.
Okay.
Speaker, Senior Honorable Anyimedu, technical and general services are very different. Technical services are specialized areas that has to be looked at in making appointments. General can cover finance, HR. So you don't want to say that the person you are bringing must have HR background, must have accounting background, must have ABCD. That is why the general is not qualified. But the technical has a specialized meaning. And so in appointing the technical person, regard must be had to the scheme of service. What exactly is aquaculture and fisheries looking at? But the general is general. General encompasses a lot of the other wings. So the Director General sits there, then two deputies. One specialized, that's technical. The other general has finance, HR, all
Honorable
of those things
Shabu,
under it.
let me ask this question.
Yep.
In appointing deputy directors, can we appoint any of them without reference to the scheme of service? So, honourable members, I'm not taking part in the debate, but let's look at it this way. The two should read, the President shall have regard to the scheme of service of the Commission in making the appointment of Deputy Executive Directors. Because you say it's making reference to the appointment. What do I say? The appointment. The appointment is making reference to the appointment in 22(1). So that we delete, we add S to director to make it directors, and then we delete for technical. But it is for.
Absolutely.
And honorable members, for it to be plural or singular, we defer to the drafters to use their approach, whichever they want to
Speaker,
use.
I concede we want to move with the light of speed. But I think in these matters, it will not be out of place. We listen to the sector minister on such an important matter. I think we should hear from her. I'm not disturbing her. She knows about it.
Honorable member, when sector ministers are sitting in silence, honorable member, when sector ministers are sitting in silence, watching the proceedings, it doesn't lie in our mouth to say that we want to hear from the sector minister. Where there is a need to hear from the sector minister, the chairperson may do so. So once the bill is brought to this particular house, we own the bill, because I do not consider this to be a policy issue per se, but a drafting issue. Yes?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you indicated, and for purposes of guidance, the scheme of service of every institutional organization is supposed to define the job description, the role, and the qualifications. And that comes from the deputies all the way down to whoever the least person is in the organization. And so it will be very incongruous for us to separate in the area of deputy executive directors one technical without giving the other deputy executive director a similar mandate to be appointed under the scheme of service. So I agree if that proposal from the Speaker to suggest that the President should, guided by the scheme of service of the committee, making the appointment of the deputy executive directors, and that should satisfy for both technical and then admin.
Honorable Anyimedu entry, then Honorable Kisilinyako, you may own the amendment, and then let's make progress.
Mr. Speaker, then I'll defer to Honorable Kingsley Nyako because I was going to reiterate your guidance. Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Dapamoko.
Speaker, humbly, if we go by your present amendment, then there's no need for two at all. Now, Mr. Speaker, one is to the effect that the President shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint two deputy executive directors for the Commission, one for technical services and the other for general services. Now, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, what does 195 say of the Constitution? Is to this 195.1, to the effect that subject to the provisions of this Constitution, the power to appoint persons to hold or to act in an office in the public services shall vest in the President, acting in accordance with the advice of the Governing Council of the service concerned, given in consultation with the Public Services Commission. So, Speaker, in 21.1, it is already implied that the President, in appointing these two persons, will have some regard to some advice and consultation as to expertise or competence for the service concerned. But two, why I agree with Dr. Nyaku on leg one is that it's better framing, it's better drafting if we add services to technical. Because the two is actually reminding the President that in making these two appointments, you must have regard to the technical expertise of the person. So, for instance, in the scheme of things, when we say a technical expertise, we are looking at somebody who has a marine biologist, for instance, or fisheries scientist, or some person of that caliber, and not MBA holders, Mr. Speaker. So the general services, there's no need. It's already catered for in 22.1.
You see, I agree perfectly with you, but the point that you are making, you are speaking with regard to the person's qualification, and the person's qualification may be different from scheme of service.
Speaker, 2022.1 talks about qualifications generally. Qualifications generally. As a consonant with 195. Because when we speak of the Fisheries Commission, so the governing body of the Fisheries Commission, they will give some advice as to the scheme of service. But in two, why I think that the technical service, the addition of the services is essential, like Prof said, is that.
So let's look at it this way.
Okay.
Do you agree that in appointing the Deputy Director General, the Deputy Director for General Service,
yes,
as well as the Deputy General for Technical Service,
yes,
you must have regard to the scheme of service?
You see, in
doing the appointment of both.
No, in 22,
but if you argue that
Speaker,
clause 2 is not needed and
yes,
should be deleted, I would agree.
Now, my point is that if we leave the drafting the way you are suggesting, then we don't need 22. Then we don't need 22.2. But if we merely add the services to qualify the technical, then 22.2 is needed.
Yes.
Because looking at the qualification of the Deputy Executive Director and for General Services is already contained in 22.1. 22.1, the conditions under which will be appointed is sufficiently provided for under 22.1. But 22.2 is giving a guide, a special guide to the President, that when you are making that other appointment, have regard to the scheme of service of the Fisheries Commission.
And then the problem, having listened to them,
Yes.
that it is causing, is as if in doing the appointment for the Deputy Executive Director for the General Service, the President will not have regard to the scheme of service. Because by the express mentioning of only technical, then the General is excluded.
Speaker, no, because 21.1 reference 195.
Okay.
So
if the 21.1 reference 195
yes.
for both the General and
the technical,
yes. Why then have the two,
yes.
which will make reference to scheme of service for only the technical? That's where the problem is coming from.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, do you get it?
Yes, I do.
So if the proposal is that the two is superfluous in view of the one, making reference to 195, then we can take a decision appropriately.
Speaker, hold on. Speaker, my brother Kingsley Nyako, I believe misread. No. It's to misread is mad language. So he misapprehends the meaning of 22.2. There's a general qualification in 22.1. So in appointing the Deputy Executive Director under 22.1, if you have MBA, you have some expertise in general management, you can be appointed by the President. But in making the second Deputy Executive Director's appointment...
Well, Chairman of the committee.
Chairman of the committee.
Then we can come to the Minister. If I can see the Minister is itching to speak.
Oh, but let me finish.
Okay, before the Chairman, let's hear Honorable Nyimedu.
Mr. Speaker, I would want to urge upon Honorable Roxon. Most of the time, look at the proposal that is brought, especially when we want to travel at the speed of light, if it is not causing any mischief. Now, the honorable member identifies an omission. And when the speaker asks you, in all, if you are looking at technical, to say that technical is a specialized area, and therefore we have to omit the general one, would mean that the President can ignore the scheme of service and appoint any other person to be a general deputy director. To me, that is absurd. So let us cure it by the guidance that the speaker gave. But what you are suggesting, if we go by that, there will be a mischief cause because there will be a vacuum. We wouldn't have catered for the general services. That's how I would want us to look at it and cure it.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't say we should omit. I said the general qualifications to becoming a second Deputy Executive Director is catered well under 22.1. Now this House is saying that in designating one to be in charge of the technical services, you cannot be merely looking at somebody who has experience in management, who has garnered the miles in management. No. You must have regard to the scheme of service. What is the scheme of service for the Fisheries Commission? For instance, somebody with a lot of experience in marine biology, no, you know all that. So you cannot, when you are appointing somebody with experience for as a Deputy Executive Director for general services, in doing that for technical services, you must have a regard to the scheme of service of the Commission. No.
Yes, Honorable Shaibu. Honorable Shaibu,
Mr. Speaker, to cure this, because in all the explanations that we are giving, we seem to be confusing scheme of service with qualification. They are two different things anyway. Okay, so we want to say that the president shall have regard to the scheme of service of the commission in making the appointment of a deputy executive director. Then we delete for technical.
That's what the speaker suggested.
Because if we come to 3, the speaker.
That is the proposal that I have given.
Brilliant. If we come to 3, it still refers to subclause 1.
Yes.
And so we take away for technical and then leave it aside so that you have regards to.
More so when the framers of the law wants to talk about competence. Look at clause 23. Clause 23 says the president shall, in appointing executive director, have regard to competence, knowledge, and expertise of the person being appointed. When they want to talk about the competency, the law expressly stated it. So, Honorable Kingsley Nyako, I want you to own the rendition, and then I'll put a question on it.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you, because if you look at the sentence, it's not even complete, so there was an omission. However, I agree with you that we end at directors, so we have to delete A and insert D, then after director, S, then we end there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, the president shall have regard to the scheme of service of the commission in making the appointment of the deputy executive directors. Full stop.
Yes, so I intend to direct the drafters to take care of it, and I'll put a question first on clause 21(2). As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by Honorable Professor Kingsley Nyako, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let me put a question again. As many as are in favor of clause 22(2), as proposed by Honorable Professor Kingsley Nyako, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is accordingly carried. Now, honorable members, I'll put a question on the entire clause 22. As many as are in favor of clause 22 as amended, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 22 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
Functions of a deputy executive director.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is, however, for the consideration of the House. Yes?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a proposed amendment to subsection 3, which reads that one of the deputy executive directors shall act in the absence of the executive director. Mr. Speaker, from experience and practice, it's been an issue where you have 2 or 3 deputy chief executives, and then when it comes to who acts in the absence of the executive director, it becomes a problem for the executive. At times, you don't know whether it is the board that should take that decision as to who should act, or on what basis is the chief executive choosing one over the other. I believe that if we make an express insertion.
Honourable Member, what is your proposed amendment?
I'm giving the background to my proposal.
I agree with you. So just propose amendment.
My proposal is that the executive director may designate one of the deputy chief executives to act in his absence. Most grateful, Mr. Speaker.
You say the first? Honourable members, this has been issued in this House. It's not new. It's been debated in this House. And there is a principal use. So one of the members should propose that particular principle so that we move ahead. Yes, Honorable Anyumedu.
Mr. Speaker, I think this is where I think we need a minister. Is it the general, deputy general, or the deputy technical? Because if we say that the boss, that is the executive director, would have to make
this
a
house
determination.
has solved the problem by saying that in the absence of the executive director, the most senior deputy should act. And there was an issue as to who is most senior. If you are all appointed at the same day, one letter will date before the other. That is how the house solves the problem. And the provision guides the appointing authority as to what to do. Even if one is appointed in the morning and one is appointed in the afternoon, though the same day, sworn, one is a senior to the other. Or Honorable Shabu, is that not it?
Mr. Speaker, exactly so. Mr. Speaker, remember when we were doing this, Doc, when we were doing your law, those days, I mean, we were confronted with this same issue. And Honorable Matthew Poku was at the helm of affairs when we were looking at it. And again, the reason we're now emphasizing on the technical is because we needed to know what type of business it is. If it is a technically biased business, then the deputy in charge of technical is normally senior to the administration. And so, well, this was the argument that were canvassed.
Honorable Shabu.
Yes, sir.
Without going into the argument, how did this house resolve the issue so that it will be a guide? Yes, let me hear from Honorable Befi, then I'll come to Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, practically, what is most appropriate, and that can cure this issue once and for all, is, Norma, please, I'm just making a point on this issue, is giving that authority to the board to make that decision on behalf of the president. In that case, it will simplify the whole issue, because then the board now will exercise that discretion by now selecting one of the deputy executive directors to act in that capacity.
Honorable member, if the executive director will travel for 1 week, do you want a board meeting to be convened to decide who should act?
That's right. The board meeting can be called anytime.
Oh.
Excuse me, please. With respect, please. The point is that we are trying to solve this problem, because I've seen that practically before when I was the chief executive officer. It happened when I was exiting from the organization to go and contest for elections. There was a big problem because the president.
You have made your point, Honorable Dafamoko.
Speaker, we are we are on a path that had not been beaten. By practice, this House directed that the order of ranking will be determined by the appointor. So, for instance, Mr. Speaker, when we receive communication from the President in respect of Supreme Court nominees, for instance, the one whose name appears first, and we go through the process, and he gets appointed, becomes the senior most. Becomes the senior most. Becomes the senior most. I'm telling you. And it's the practice. You cannot be appointed. No, it's not about fairness. We cannot really legislate on this matter. So we leave it to practice. That is why this House says, whoever the president decides to appoint, the order that they come, then the senior takes over from the substantive when he's absent. That is how we've guided a lot of public agencies that are confronted with this matter.
Honorable, he raised a salient point And normally in history, the past might guide you. So now this issue occurred before this House. The drafters should have taken a cue from the debate. You have raised it again. Very important point. Can we use the way it is cured in the past to also cure it now? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, of course, the House had been guided previously to take a position on it. But post that decision that has been made by Parliament, there are other subsequent developments based on practice and experience that attention can. For example, the president in appointing, there will always be seniority. But we've had instances where, for example, one person, they were appointed around the same time, but in between time, the person that you deem to be most senior would have either retired or resigned from the organization. And then a new appointment would have been made. And so that second appointee would be junior in terms of, so you can have technical.
So what it means is that if you and Befi are appointed as deputy executive directors, and Befi has resigned, after which Honorable Kabiru is appointed. When Befi was appointed first, before you, Befi was your senior. But when he resigned and Kabiru is appointed, you then step into the seniority position and the Kabiru then take your place. So that one, it guides against any odd. So it prevents every situation. So they won't now come and appoint Kabiru to be a senior to you whilst you are there. No. Yes. So, honourable members. Yes, Honourable Chair.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This issue has happened also in my organization, and I believe the rendition that has been used in the previous act can be applied here, and I will propose 23.3 to read, the more senior deputy executive director shall act in the absence of the executive
Well,
director.
I'll guide the drafters to provide the appropriate rendition, if that is agreeable to the House.
Speaker,
so the drafters are accordingly directed
Speaker, it helps
to provide the renditions. Then I'll put a question on clause 23 as amended. Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 23 as amended, standing part of the bill? Yes.
Speaker, Honourable Kabiru said something very, very instructive.
Yes.
He says the Bank of Ghana Act has a similar rendition, so they should have recourse to it and draft it.
Yes, that one is a direction to the drafters. Yes. As many as are in favor of clause 23 as variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 23 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 24.
Secretary to the board.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I would propose that clause 25(2), 24(3) should read, the secretary is answerable to the board in the performance of the function of the secretary. I take out the answerable to the executive director. I'm making this proposal mindful of the fact that he is the board secretary and is supposed to be taking proceedings of the board. He cannot be answerable to the executive director. There will be some kind of inconsistency there in terms of authority. So that is my proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, first, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I think he makes a compelling good point, and I agree.
Very well. As many as are in favor.
Speaker,
of the proposed amendment, is it also on clause 24.3?
Mr. Speaker,
Is it on clause 24.3?
yes, please.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, we are guided by what has been done before and consistency. It is an intuitive observation, but I've seen in other laws where, for example, in Act 1023, it says, as part of the functions of the secretary, that in the performance of the functions be under the administrative control of the executive secretary. It is there. So my point is that we need to reconcile. Let's see what has been done before so that what we are doing right now doesn't deviate. So I will urge them, as much as we are looking at this, to also look at what has been done before on this same matter and this same provision and see how we move forward. Thank you.
Yes, that is the proposal.
In the performance of the function, be under the administrative control by Director General. Is there shouldn't be a director.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the heading, it says Secretary to the Board. And so a board secretary so appointed by the executive director in consultation with the board, the secretary should be answerable to the board. Because when you take the functions of the board secretary, he's supposed to take minutes and be custodian of the board documents and so on and so forth, not the secretary to manage.
Because of the way it is crafted here.
Exactly. So I go with Kabiru that the secretary should be answerable to the board in the.
Honourable members, we should not confuse the issue. In some of the bills, secretariat is established, and that secretariat is established under the executive director and asked to perform. But in this particular case, the person is being asked to be directly answerable to the board in the performance of the functions as a secretary to the board. So I am tempted to agree with the proposed rendition. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed to clause 24.3, say aye. Those against say no. Clause 24.3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, the entire clause 24. As many, yes, Freche.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Clause 24.1. The executive director shall, in consultation with the board designated person appointed under section 25, who is not below the rank of a deputy director as the secretary to the board. I propose to delete the deputy and make it director. So looking at most of the agencies and looking at the work that is done at the board, it should be a director, not a deputy director.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, this particular point was extensively discussed, and we were guided by the Commission and other stakeholders that it's safer that the fellow is deputy director and above. Thank you. So I submit that we should allow the current rendition to remain. Thank you.
But how do you juxtapose that argument, having regard to clause 22 and 25? Because the provision in 24.1 is making reference to appointment under clause 25. And clause 25 is talking about appointment of other staff. And it is clause 22 that is talking about appointment of deputy directors. Yes. Very well. It's deputy director. Yes, then you are right. Then you are right. Let me put a question on the entire clause 24. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 24 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 24 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 25.
Appointment of other staff.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, my proposed amendment is in respect of subclause 3 of clause 25, and it reads, the Commission may engage the services of advisors and consultants on the recommendation of the board. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the Ghana Gold Board Act, specifically Section 15, subsection 3, it has the same rendition, but it's trying to say that it is not at all times that the Ghana Gold Board would engage the services of a consultant.
So read the rendition.
So, Mr. Speaker, this is the rendition as captured in the Ghana Gold Board. It says, the Gold Board may, for the effective and efficient performance of the functions of the Gold Board, engage the services of this. And so, Mr. Speaker, my proposal is that the Commission may, we can put comma there and say, for the effective and efficient performance of the functions or of its functions, engage the services of advisors and so on.
Well, we avoid using the possessive pronouns in drafting.
That's right.
So
Mr. Speaker,
your proposal
okay,
is that we should adopt the rendition in the Gold Board bill.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker.
So now read the Gold Board bill, the provision, so that we can replace that one over here.
Yes,
then I will put a question.
This is how it reads under section 15, subsection 3. The Gold Board may, comma, for the effective and efficient performance of the functions of the Gold Board, engage the services of advisors and consultants on the recommendations of the Board of Directors.
So what was the head note?
Mr. Speaker, it says appointment of other staff, just like we have in this case, appointment of other staff.
Our members, the proposed rendition is that after may, put comma and insert for the effective and efficient. It doesn't change the rendition in any manner, but for consistency.
Yes.
So as many as are in favor of the proposed rendition by the honorable member to clause 25(3), say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause 25. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I would need your guidance on this. The appointment of other staff, 25(1), it reads, the President shall, and the emphasis is on shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint other staff of the Commission that are necessary for the efficient and effective performance of the function of the Commission. My proposal was to replace the shall to may, mindful of the fact that it is only when there need be for the President to appoint.
When it is a constitutional imperative, what do you choose to do or not to do?
So
it's a constitutional imperative under Article 95.
Yeah, so
you have no option.
Okay, so my understanding was that Article 95 provides that the President, 195 provides that the President appoints staff for the running of several public offices. And I was of the view that this will only be necessary if there's a need for the President to do so, but it's not necessary. He must always do that.
No, that is not the meaning that we have gathered.
Okay.
You cannot have a commission run by the board and the CEOs or executive directors. There will be other staff. And every employee is appointed by the president. So the president cannot choose not to do it.
I'm guided. I withdraw my proposal. Thank you.
As many as are in favor of clause 25 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 25 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 26.
Internal Audit Unit.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendments.
Honourable members, any consideration? It's a template. As many as are in favor of clause 26 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 26 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Funds of the Commission.
Honourable members, I'm not getting the votes. Honourable members, I'm not getting the votes. Please, at least let's vote. Clause 27 is under consideration. Chairman of the committee. Chairman of the committee. Clause 27.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendments.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Kabiru.
Mr. Chairman, there is this issue we discussed, which has to do with the clause 27F. It's a standard provision, but we discussed it the last time in reference to the Gold Board Act. And I'm here to get your direction on that, because that globally there's now a drift away from donation, gifts, and what have you, due to the operational independence of these commissions in a manner that will not endanger their independence. I was just asking if it's still necessary, considering the current circumstance, to keep it. Otherwise, I would have proposed for the deletion of that.
I guess you don't want the Fishery Commission to survive. The Fishery Commission that is implementing a lot of international conventions should not take donations, should not take grants.
Mr. Speaker, they could take, but that would have been captured under generated funds. But
no.
to make it clearly standing out.
Donation and grant cannot be internally generated fund. It cannot be. Yes, Honorable Shaibu.
My younger brother will get to know very soon that we still need donations, gifts, and grants.
Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 27 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 28.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 28 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 29.
Bank account of the Commission.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no advertised amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Clause 28 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 29.
Bank account of the Commission.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no advertised amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, as many as are in favor of clause 29 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 29 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 30.
Borrowing powers.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Member. Before Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to propose, if you look at how the rendition of clause 30 goes, subject to section 76 of the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, we also know that Article 181 of the Constitution also comes in handy in this regard. And so if we can bring in Article 181 as well.
Yes, Honourable Members, that has been the rendition. I intend to put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 31, standing part of the bill. Honourable members, the proposal is after Act 921. Very well. So it should be subject to Article 181 and Section 76 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, and with the prior consent in writing of the minister responsible for finance, the Commission may borrow money for the purposes of the performance of the functions of the Commission under this Act. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment to Clause 31, say aye. Those against say no. The amendment is carried. It's 181. Yes, it's rooms and I'll put a question on the entire Clause 30. As many as are in favor of the entire Clause 30 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 30 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 31.
Accounts and audit.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honorable Habib, you have amendment? There being no proposed amendment, the question is, all those in favor of Clause 31 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 31 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, Clause 32.
Annual report and other reports.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of Clause 32 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 32 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 33.
Establishment of the Fisheries and Aquaculture Development Fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
There being no advertised amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of Clause 33 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 33 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 34.
Objects of the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, there being no proposed amendment to Clause 34, the question is, as many as are in favor of Clause 34 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 34 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 35.
Sources of money for the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, source of money for the fund. Clause 35, the various provision, if we're talking of standard, usually we put percentages to percentage of fees that are accruing to the Commission for licenses, permit, and any other authorization by fishing. And I was thinking that to give sanctity to the fund and to predictability of resources to the fund, we should put a floor on the percentage so that we can say maybe 5%, at least 5%, so that predictability of resources to the fund could be. Otherwise, if we leave it the way it is, the fund will be starved of resources because it's left at the discretion of the managers of the fund. So that was the proposal I was taking to.
Well, honourable members,
yeah, there are
it has its advantage and disadvantages. Once you put the percentage where you can be giving more, the person said this is the percentage you are entitled to. So my understanding is that this bill is leaving it to the discretion of the minister. That is why the law, contrary to others, is saying that with the approval, as may be approved by the minister in consultation with the minister responsible for finance. But the floor is now open. Let me hear from Kwesi Minti. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It's not in relation to his. Mine is in relation to...
Well, the guide is that if a matter is under consideration, wait for it to... Very well. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I think that discretion I understand. But like the Mineral Development Fund, we put percentages because when you are creating fund, you want to be sure that people don't leave it to their whims and caprices. And I was just thinking that the sponsors of the bill will have been minded of that. But if they think that it is okay in its current form, I think that I will rescind my debate. I think it's something that they should think through.
Very well. Honourable members, yes. He said he's abandoning, yes. As many as are in favor of clause 35. Standing, yes. Yes, Honourable Member for Kwesi Minti.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I was looking at 35(1)(b), damages, compensations.
Please, you have the floor. Honourable Member for Kwesi Minti, you have the floor. You have the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, about 35(1)(b), damages, compensations, and costs. My Lord, it is granted, but it should be, I suggest it should be awarded. Awarded by the courts. Yes. Compensations are awarded by the courts.
I have no physician. I have no physician. The court grants damages. They award.
They award.
There's no difference. What is the difference?
Oh, but Mr. Speaker, you see, the award of damages, for grants, you seek for it. But if you are talking about the courts, it is, my Lord,
have you read the provision in the case of Dam versus Ado? The court cannot grant you what you do not ask for.
Yes.
So definitely, by way of relief, you must be seeking for damages.
Yes, but my Lord, respectfully, the court will grant
well,
what you ask for.
I am not a judge.
Mr. Speaker.
Very well, very well.
Maybe.
Well, it is for the consideration of the House.
Yes,
delete,
the costs are awarded.
The proposal is delete, grant, and insert awards. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I'm struggling to understand what this difference will bring, and I think that I recommend we allow the current rendition to stay. Thank you.
Well, the value will be the same. The value will be the same. And the meaning is clear. Very well. As many as are in favor of clause 35 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Very well. Honorable Anodon Pray.
Speaker, with your indulgence, not on 35, it's just a slight observation on 32. 32 clause 1.
Well, Honorable Member, then you are very wrong in arresting the motion, putting the question on clause 35, only for us to take us to clause 32.
Speaker, then when you are done, we'll come back.
Yes, the question is on clause 35. Yes? Honorable Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, so on 35, 1, paragraph C, the sum of money received for compounded offenses. Compounded offenses is a term of art, and I'll propose that we provide it in the definition, interpretation part.
So, in this case, do you want us to amend it here?
So I'm just creating the in case.
So,
in case, Mr. Speaker, I'm
yes,
not,
we are learning. What normally you do is when we get to interpretation, then you ask that we address it at the interpretation provision. Or Honorable Animedu, is that not how we do it? Yes. Yes. Honorable Member, you have the floor at the back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the sources of funding, I do not see proceeds from the sale of assets as part of source of funding. I propose that we also add proceeds from the sale of the companies, of the assets to this. Because it's capturing compensations, sum of money received for compounded offenses.
Yes, honorable members, the proposal is for the consideration of the House. Please repeat your question.
Mr. Speaker, I was saying I do not see proceeds from the sale of assets in this. So I'm proposing that we add for the sources of fund for the money proceeds from the sale of assets as F. Yes. So for clause 35 1F, add it as proceeds from the sale of assets. Thank you.
Well, Chairman of the committee, do they have a right to dispose of their own assets? Having regard to clause 2.2, clause 2.2, it says acquire and hold property, dispose of property, and enter into a contract or any other related transactions. So the proceeds of the sale, should it come to them as income or it goes to the consolidated fund? Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I think the fund here is in reference to the Fishery and Aquaculture Development Fund. But when you go to 2, you are talking of the commission.
Yes.
So they are two different things.
You are right. 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 So which therefore means that your proposal cannot be carried. Yes, honourable member.
We are on the clause 35, sources of money for the fund. Yes, when you come to clause 30, the fund will have borrowing powers, all right. But if you look at it, it's specified that for specific purposes, it says that to perform or for performance of functions of the commission under this act. So when you come to sources of money for the fund, it has to come in here whether the fund or whether the commission can borrow.
Honorable member, is the funds of the commission not different from the Fisheries and Aquaculture Development Fund? The funds of the commission is clause 27.
That is
and
so.
Then the Fisheries and Aquaculture Development Fund is clause 33.
So
and clause 35 is the source of funding for 33.
Yes, and I'm saying that the source of funding, does that mean that the commission cannot borrow to fund the commission? Because it's not here. You have here clearly. So I'm proposing that we introduce under clause 35 that they can borrow as a source of fund. That is what I'm proposing.
Well, I'm not getting it, but it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Shaibu.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think that one sits well with the establishment of a fund. And so I think it should abandon that. If we look at sources of funds for the commission itself, that's a different thing. But the establishment of a fund is purposeful. And so you would want to look at areas where you can mobilize, but to go and borrow to establish a fund it begs the question. But the operations, this is different from the operations of the sources of fund for the business. But the establishment of a fund to do some operations of the institution. And so borrowing will not sit well.
Honourable members, to explain it further, the commission has a function to perform. Based on the functions of the commission, they have the power to borrow money to finance the performance of their functions. And it is not the functions of the commission to finance the Fisheries and Aquaculture Development Fund. So how can the commission go and borrow money? Instead of using money for its activities, use the money now to finance the fund. Yes.
That is exactly what I'm saying. The establishment of fisheries, so you take it from 33, 34 to 35. Clearly, I agree and I accept that there is a fund which
So what is your proposed
from,
amendment?
So the proposed amendment is that the fund, under the Fisheries and Agricultural Development Fund, they should be permitted as part of their sources of fund to borrow for the fund. That is what I'm proposing.
But the Fisheries and Aquaculture Development Fund, show me by law where they have power to borrow.
Yes, but if you have power to borrow, it is for a purpose. That is why they are two separate.
No, you see, the law is establishing the Fisheries and Aquaculture Development Fund. This fund is different from the fund of the commission. And when the commission itself borrows money, it's supposed to go to their fund. It cannot come to this particular fund. And this fund, as established, the law does not give it the power to borrow. And these are the source by which it can get its money. So if you are saying that they should borrow, where lies their power to borrow under this law? The fund that we are establishing. They don't have a borrowing power. It is only the commission that have a borrowing power. Yes, Dr. Kabiru.
Speakers, to add that the fund was not created, you cannot borrow on the back of a fund that has no investment capacity. And this is common among throughout all the funds that we have borrowing powers. And to that extent, I think that we should leave it as it is and leave that power.
I remember then put the question on the whole clause 35. As many as are in favor of clause 35 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it, clause 35 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 36.
Bank account of the fund.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? There being no proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 36 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 36 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 37.
Management of the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes. Honorable former minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment to make. Clause 37. I want to add a new clause, 37 4B. That despite 37 4, yes, the minister may issue guidelines for the resources under the fund. And so I'm saying that despite clause 37 4, insects, the amount should not be.
So which of the provisions are you proposing amendment to in clause 37?
I'm adding a new amendment.
A new subclause?
A new clause.
Then you have to say so.
No.
So you are adding a new clause,
amendment to
which will
4.
then be, if agreed, will be 37.6. Clause 37.6.
I would have loved it to be 37 4B instead of 37.6. But you can insert it. The drafters can do it.
Yes,
Please,
so
let me make my
propose your
proposal.
amendment.
That not less than 50% of the amount should be spent on objects 30. One minute, just 1 minute. I'll just get this for you. I'm looking at the object of the. Please. On 34D, despite 37(4), the minister shall not spend less than 50% of the amount on object 34C, which is provide assistance to small-scale fishers and aquaculture enterprises. Mr. Speaker, the reason being that all the other objects of the fund is for administrative purposes. But the idea is to invest in the actual productive sector or the productive aspects of the objects of the fund. And therefore, even though the minister may have the right to give those instructions on how the fund should be spent, what we are saying is that not less than 50% of that amount of money should be spent on or provide assistance to small-scale fisheries and aquaculture enterprises so that productivity can be generated. And out of that productivity, we can get more taxes from them and more other incentives to support the other administrative aspects of the objects of the fund. Because if we take first object, finance the promotion and development of fisheries, this is general, it's just administrative. If we take two, fund the activities of the commission in respect of monitoring, control, and surveillance, it's just expenses. If we take the D, it's a fund the operationalization of the co-management committees. And you know when committees come, it's certain allowances, just expenses. If we take F, fund research studies in marine fisheries, inland fisheries, they are all activities of expenditure. But when it comes to the investment with the small-scale fishers and aquaculture enterprises, then you are sure you are investing directly in the productive engine of the fisheries or the fund. And I believe that we should also find a way for the minister not to spend not less than 50% of these funds in the productive aspects.
Your proposal is against 37(4), which state the minister may issue guidelines,
yes, please,
and further directives that are necessary to guide the use of the resources under the fund.
Yes. So we are adding it to it so that we can.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague has a very good argument, except that I don't agree with him because of the very wording of clause 4. The minister may issue guidelines and further directives. So these will be expressed in the guidelines. And the guidelines will be informed by policy directives as and when there are new policy directives, new government focus, new objectives for the sector, and so on. So I think that it's safer not to gag the ministerial powers in administration or use of the fund in law at this stage. Let's allow the guidelines to take care of that and always direct percentages as and when the focus is required. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, what do you say to?
Mr. Speaker, I believe that when a bill comes to the House, we represent the people of Ghana, and we are looking at areas of productivity that we can invest in. The minister might have all the powers, but we all know that it is better for us to direct the minister. That's why the law is here. So it provides a certain level of certainty in the development of the fisheries industry.
So what do you say to the fact that you make that provision in the law, then you again go to give the discretion to the minister to provide guidelines and directives.
Yes, Mr.
Then it's
Speaker,
better you don't.
we have given him discretion to take
you don't
decision
give.
on the other 50%.
You know, the minister is not the commission. So
Yes.
the minister is at the ministry.
Yes, please.
It is the commission that will have to use this particular fund for intended objectives as spelled out.
Yes.
Now, they don't want the commission to do it on their own, but subject to a guideline and directives that will be provided for by the minister. And we think the minister, in providing the guideline and the directives, will not take into consideration that more of the money should go to this place instead of this place.
Mr. Speaker.
That is why he is of the view
Mr.
that
Speaker,
your concern can be addressed by the minister here.
Yes, but we want certainty in the investment of the area. Because, I mean, like the constitution of this country, people can take all sorts of decisions, but the constitution guides everybody. The act guides everybody. The airlines will be passing will guide everybody. So I believe that since we've gotten the opportunity to insert this...
Honorable, for instance, you've been a member of Statutory Legislation Committee for long. And at that particular level, you realize that in making the law, we even defer to the minister to even bring regulations to come and back the law. And in a similar way, the law is giving the opportunity to the minister to come out with guidelines and directives as to how that fund is supposed to be used. Yet, you want us to provide a percentage in the law?
Speaker, I live in the coastal areas, and we know the difficulties with productivity.
Well,
in
propose
areas.
amendment. Let me put a question so that we avoid.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, 37 4A, the proposed amendment. The minister, despite 37.4, the minister shall not approve the minister shall not approve less than 50% for object 34C.
Honorable Minister, show us by the provision where the minister will have to give approval.
It says that the minister may issue guidelines and further directives that are necessary to guide the use of the resources under the fund.
Yes, so the minister doesn't give an approval. The minister provides guidelines and directives.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you.
You understand?
So it's guidelines.
The law in 33 is establishing the fund.
Yes. It's 34.
With the objects and with the sources of funding.
Of the fund, 34.
You understand?
Yes.
And whatever fund that is due to be used towards the object, the minister then provides directives and guidelines.
Yes.
So how do we then turn it to say that subject to clause 34, the minister shall not approve, when the minister is not giving approval right in the law? Yes, Honorable Nyimedu.
Mr. Speaker, I think what honorable member would want to say that he would want us to guide the minister in issuing the directives, that as part of the directive, his direction must be that at least 50% of the monies must be used for the sector. That's what I think he's proposing. That in the minister issuing the directives.
So then you can help him with the rendition so that we then proceed.
Right. We'll look at it. Maybe we can flag it and then look at it later.
So, what do we do regarding clause 37? Should it be stood down?
Mr. Speaker, I think the chairman suggested across us that we can do it as second consideration.
Very well, then I'll put a question.
But my colleague has another proposal.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, still on clause 37. Mr. Speaker, clause 37, we should look at it as a whole. And if you look at clause 37.3, 37.3 reads, the management committee shall, in consultation with the board, make recommendations to the minister regarding the disbursement of the fund. And when you read clause 37.4, the minister may issue guidelines and further directives that are necessary to guide the use of resources under the fund. Now, my proposal is that the minister's decision to issue the guidelines and further directives should be based on the recommendations to the minister. And the reason for that is that it will avoid any and every potential conflict that may arise between the minister and the management committee. So my proposal is that clause 4 should be subject to clause 3, so that the minister does not have an open-end powers to propose guidelines that may be wholly inconsistent with some of the decisions that the management will recommend to the minister. So what I'm proposing is that the clause 37.4 should read, subject to the recommendations.
Yes, Honourable Member,
the word subject to the
I'm not cutting you short, but assuming you are the fund management committee, you want the fund management committee to recommend to the minister that guide us this way to use the money. That is what you are saying. So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that we have a clause 37. Under clause 37, we have a management committee in charge of the day-to-day management of the fund. And we shouldn't have a situation where the minister and the committee responsible for the management shouldn't be working together. Whatever it is, ultimately, we should assume that the minister is interested in ensuring that the fund is put to good use.
Yes.
And it's the same objective that the committee should also have. So what I'm saying is that the minister, in providing the guidelines, should take into consideration the recommendations that should come from
But if you read 3 and 4, is it different? Because 3 is saying that the management committee shall, in consultation with the board, make recommendation to the minister regarding the disbursement of the fund.
Yes.
So they make recommendation to the minister. Then, consequently, the minister may issue guidelines and further directions that are necessary to guide the use of the resources under the fund.
You just made the point I was making.
Yes.
You introduced the word consequently, which is not even here. So
No, I did not put it here. In my explanation to you, I'm telling you.
Let me put the proposal. Mr. Speaker, I think...
Well, Honorable Animedu, help us in the circumstances.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what my colleague should understand is that the minister is at the top, and the recommendations are being made to the minister.
Yes.
And before the minister would issue the guidelines. So it is embedded. What I think he would want to say is that the minister must not ignore the guidelines.
That case will be deviating from the general principle
Yes,
that
but
recommendations
there's a
are not
board.
binding.
Right. There's a board. And so the minister has the mandate to go by the directives.
I
still want to litigate the matter.
No, it's not litigation. I
Then
want to
propose
provide
a
better
rendition.
explanation.
Propose
Mr.
a
Speaker,
rendition.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the point is that it's embedded when you use the purposive approach to interpret the act, you achieve the same results. But when you are looking at the literal approach to interpretation...
Propose rendition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I propose is that Clause 4 should read that subject to, or the minister, okay, so the minister may issue, the minister upon recommendation, the minister upon receipt of recommendation from the management committee acting in consultation with the board, issue guidelines and further directives that are necessary to guide the use of resources under the fund.
So, honorable member, what you are proposing, how is it different from the combined effect of 37, 3, and 4?
It will avoid ambiguities when it comes to interpretation.
Well, I don't think the
act.
provision is ambiguous.
No, Mr. Speaker, it's
Yes,
a fact.
Honorable Shaibu.
Mr. Speaker, I think we are just all dancing around the same thing. The minister appoints the members and the chairperson. The members and the chairperson, in the use of the funds, make recommendations to the minister. In considering those recommendations, the minister issues guidelines as to how the funds be used. And so it flows. There's absolutely nothing wrong.
As many as are in favor of clause 37 standing part of the bill say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 37 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 38.
Marine Fisheries Management Plan.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, there be no advertised amendment. The question is, as many as are in favor of clause 38 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 38 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 39.
Marine Fisheries Reserve.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? There be no proposed amendment. The question is, as many as are in favor of clause 39 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 39 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 40.
Designation of inshore exclusion zone.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? There be no proposed amendment. The question is, as many as are in favor of clause 40 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 40 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 41.
Inland Fisheries Management Plan.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. There be no advertised amendment. The question is, as many as are in favor of clause 41 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 41 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 42.
Inland Fisheries Reserve.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, I had engaged my respected whip, and we had come to an agreement that we will be exiting at 40. He's, however, appealed, together with the chair, that we should do it up to 50. I want it on record. I don't want us to get to 50 and then it becomes another matter. Please, with all respect.
Yes.
Speaker, agreed.
Charlie. Well, clause 42 is under consideration. As many as are in favor of clause 42 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 42 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 43.
Designation of inland exclusion fishing zone.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 43 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 43 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 44.
Pollution of fishery waters.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honorable members, it is for your consideration. Any proposed amendment to clause 44? Honorable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, those in favor of clause 44 standing part of the bill say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 44 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 45.
Fishing for endangered, threatened, and protected species.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Yes, Honorable Kwame Anyimedu entry.
Mr. Speaker, am I seeing the United States dollars quoted in here? And I may want the chairman to educate me why we are quoting in dollars. Because when it comes to penalties, we have the penalty units, and that is what guides us. So if we have moved from cedis to United States dollars, I would want to be educated why we would want to.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Because we want to avoid a situation where other organizations may impose certain things on us, and we may be hanged with that.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, in fact, I raised this matter during the deliberations with the AGs, drafters from the AGs department. And they provided 3 other legislations in which we did that. We are actually using the CD equivalent. So we are not legislating yet the CD equivalent. Yes. What is the term? Yes, these are special provisions. So in the Ghana Maritime Authority Act, we have similar provisions. These are matters in respect of the penal regimes in the marine area and the high seas. So I got convinced, and yes, Mr. Speaker. So it's been done by this House in 3 other legislations. So we are not legislating a penal provision citing US dollars. We are saying the CD equivalent. That is the benchmark. And so I got convinced, and so it stayed in the provision. In the Ghana Maritime Authority Act is there.
So, Honorable Anyimedu,
and I think the new Shippers Authority Act is also there.
So, Honorable Anyimedu, are you okay with the explanation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but I can't say much because I'm not just comfortable. I'm not clear about the fishing industry, but some are even quoting in $1 million. But they say it's the fishing vessels, they have money. We should be very careful not to hang ourselves.
Honorable members, in that industry, if you want to look at the value of money involved, then it will be a different ball game altogether. Yes, Honorable Kinsley Nyako.
Honorable Speaker, the veteran, Honorable Yemadu, though has yielded, I still think that we should be very careful in pegging our currency to foreign denominated currencies. What will change if we use our own currency in determining the sanction. What is wrong?
So, Honorable Councillor Nyako, what happened if this amount that we are talking about is part of the agreement, treaties, and conventions that we have ratified?
Mr. Speaker, if this is provided, I wouldn't contest that further, but I'm saying that I don't think that if we use our local currency, it will affront or offend any international treaty. I don't think it will.
Once you've gone to sign the treaty, whatever is contained in the treaty ratified by this House, you can't even dot I or cross T. That's the general principle.
Understood, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in that case, I think that the Act can then refer that should be fined based on if it is under your guidance, and so treaty, so that can be referred to instead of quoting foreign currencies in our local acts. I think
that will be very novel.
Yes.
Because I don't know, honorable members, do we cross-reference our acts to treaties and conventions? I have not seen such a cross-reference before.
I take a cue, but Mr. Speaker, I think that I don't know whether the amounts can also be looked at in terms of penalty units and all that, because quoting dollars, and we are all trying to de-dollarize our economy and putting somebody's currency in our thing.
Yes.
Speaker, I have made the point that I raised it with the drafters. And then they brought the Ghana Maritime Authority Act, then the Shippers Authority Act. They made the point that in that specialized area, in the marine area, these are the regimes. And so they showed it to me that this house, just last year and the year before, we crafted similar penal provisions like that. So one was even $5 million United States dollars. One provision in the Ghana Maritime Authority. So once they showed that to me, I disengaged and then we made progress. So we've done it before. They made the point that it's also some of the regimes provided in the covenants that we have ratified. So we are just domesticating those provisions in our laws. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I thought in the spirit of resetting, we could be resetting some of these things, but I yield. Thank you.
Honorable member, at consideration stage of a bill, we don't play politics. There is nothing like a lighter note at the consideration stage of a bill. The law governs all of us. Yes, honorable member.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we can make a progress. Clause 45. The whole purpose of introducing the United States dollars will have a target group, which will be the foreign group in this case. So Mr. Speaker,
are you still belaboring this point? You are not convinced by all the explanations given?
No, I was just asking the chairman to avert his mind to clause 45, 5B and C. Clearly, the target groups are there. One is targeting Ghanaian industrial fishing vessel, which is the B. And then the other one is targeting, in the case of foreign fishing vessel. So I think that clearly we can take out any foreign component or foreign forex component from the target group, looking at the Ghanaian fishing vessel, and then maintain the United States dollars when we are dealing with foreigners. I think the whole point is that we need to understand that there is, because of the target group, which would obviously be the international target. That is why we are looking at dollars, because the Foreign Exchange Act itself prohibits the use of foreign exchange or foreign currency in the country. So if the target group is the local people and you want to still apply the foreign currency, then you are even going to the arenas of violating the laws.
In fishing, the target group cannot only be locals.
No, what, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that they have indicated it in the act. See, they have separated the offenses, the local and then the foreign, which is Ghanaian fishing industrial fishing vessel, and then the foreign fishing vessel is there.
So what is your problem?
My problem is that in the case of Ghanaian industrial fishing vessel, there shouldn't be any foreign currency there. It should only be applicable when we are dealing with foreign fishing vessel. That is the point I'm making. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, I wish he were there. In fact, I was giving a lecture. Speaker,
who are the members of the Agri Committee?
Speaker, in fact, the fact that...
Before coming to you,
okay,
these things can be explained by you easily. Members of the Agri Committee that oversee fisheries and aquaculture, you have been dealing with most of these conventions.
Speaker, this goes beyond the Agri Committee. We had a big stakeholders conference at Aliza with over 20-something groupings, stakeholders, and this matter came up. So different backgrounds. Speaker, the fact that a vessel is registered as a Ghanaian vessel and is flying a Ghanaian flag can actually operate in the high seas and undertake fishing in the high seas, both here and elsewhere. So it's not really about a localized Ghanaian vessel. That is not the intent here. So it's actually a regime that has been carefully borrowed from the international conventions that we have domesticated. I am saying that a similar regime in the Ghana Shippers Authority Act, which is about the Shippers Authority and its operations, there is United States dollars or the cedi equivalent 5 million as a penal regime. So this is not strange at all. It's a standard provision, Mr. Speaker. It's a standard regime.
Yes, Honorable Gakwe. I'll come to Honorable Nyimedu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are standard regional things that they set in USD. When you look at tuna versus ICAT, set their standard in USD. So it's in a regional thing. It's not solely for Ghana. It's a regional thing we have adopted. And our vessels also go there. So if you go there, you want water, anything you supply is in USD. The same thing, any vessel that comes to Ghana, the same thing. So it's standardized.
Yes, Honorable Nyimedu.
Mr. Speaker, I would want to find out from the chair if this is the practice. For instance, if our fishing vessels commit offense in other territorial waters, are they treated the way we would want to treat them? If that is the agreed, if it's the agreement internationally guiding the principle, then we have to go by it.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Yes, Honorable Gomado.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, internationally, per the Shipping Act or rules of International Maritime Organization, all fine, the United States dollar is what is the trading currency. So anything that happened, a fishing vessel registered or hosting Ghana flag goes to the sea, wherever they caught, they trade it in foreign exchange. In fact, most of the fish they get They don't sell it in Ghana. You see them trading in Las Palmas and other countries. So if anything, they want to talk about cedis and dollars, the dollar is the international trade currency. That's what I want to say.
Yes, very well. All members, yes?
Speaker, with respect, not on the currency concern, but on same clause 45. So I've just made an observation. I realize 45(1) through to 2. Chairman, if I have your attention, we appear to be leaving out the Water Resource Commission. 45(1) talks about the Wildlife Division of the Forestry Commission, and then 45(2) also repeats same. But if you go to 42, the Water Resource Commission is mentioned. But under 45, the Water Resource Commission is relevant. And I think we shouldn't leave it out. No, we should be specific. Water Resource Commission is important. So we could, may I propose that for 45, it's not a tall list. For 45(2), for the purposes of subsection 1, the minister acting on the advice of the board and in consultation with the Water Resource Commission, the Wildlife Division of the Forestry Commission shall, by a legislative instrument, that it goes up to the end. We can't leave out the Water Resource Commission.
Yes.
Speaker, I support the President amendment.
But this one, they are dealing with the endangered species, which comes directly under the Wildlife Division. Is that not the reason for which the Water Resources is taken out? Yes?
Mr. Speaker, their mandates interlink in these resources, and so the committee has no problem with the proposal. I recommend that we accept it and make progress.
Very well. So I'll put a question on 45(2) first. Clause 45(2) as amended by, is it 1 and 2 or just 1? 1 and 2. So then Honorable Minority Chief will propose the amendment to clause 1 first. Then we come to clause 2. Or you want us to defer it to the drafters?
Speaker, we may defer to the drafters, but I thought that it's not harmful. We should add it. A person shall not fish or for endangered, threatened, or protected species in the fishery waters of the Republic unless with a written authorization from the Commission in consultation with the Water Resource Commission, the Wildlife Division of the Forestry Commission. And consequentially, same will be repeated.
Very well. As many as are in favor of the amendment as proposed by Minority Chief Whip, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, clause 45 entirely. As many as are in favor of clause 45 as variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 45 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 46.
Protection of gravid and juvenile lobsters and other juvenile fishes.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. There be no proposed amendment. The question is, as many as are in favor of clause 46, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 46 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 47.
Closed season.
Chairman of the committee, clause 47.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Yes, Honorable Kinsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, clause 47(1). The minister may, by notice in the Gazette, based on best scientific information, Mr. Speaker, with respect, I propose we delete best, then insert verifiable, so that we get the minister may, by notice in the Gazette, based on verifiable scientific information. I'm saying this because I don't know what it means, what best scientific information means. You cannot have best. What you can do is that you need to verify the scientific information to be sure.
So the proposal is delete best and insert verifiable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So, honorable members, I will put a question on the proposed amendment. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by Professor Kisirinyako, yes?
Speaker, if we go by the present amendment, then we'll have to define what verifiable scientific data is. So I'd rather suggest that we rather define best, where is it? Best scientific information, we rather define it in the interpretation. Then it
Are you minded to abandon your amendment? Or I should put a question on it?
Then it cures the mischief, honestly.
I think, Mr. Speaker, best is highly subjective. I mean, I don't know. So, two options.
Let me put a question.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, either we keep the verifiable scientific information, or we can delete best and make it scientific information. But I prefer verifiable because we have scientific information. But
so you have proposed an amendment. Your proposed amendment is to delete best and insert verifiable.
Yes, please.
So let me put a question. It must be a decision of the House. As many as are in favor, yes.
47. 47
yes.
1. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So as many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by Kingsley Nyako, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, I'll put a question again. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by Professor Kingsley Nyako, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause 47. Yes.
Yeah. So may I find out from the chair? I see under 47(2) A and B. A is talking about at least 3 months in advance. A declaration under subsection 1 shall be made at least 3 months in advance of the close season. And B says, giving reasonable publicity. Can you explain?
You are omitting the word and. So you must read it
Speaker,
conjunctively.
and I've seen that. Speaker, thank you.
Yes.
And can he elucidate on that?
Yes.
Speaker, I see the mischief is detected. I think the language we employ in this house is adequate notice.
Not reasonable.
No, adequate notice.
So is that a proposal?
Yes, and giving adequate notice or adequate publicity.
Yes, Honorable Gakpa.
Not reasonable.
It's not working. Is it? Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, whether reasonable or adequate, this is English. And then when it comes to publicity, reasonable publicity, meaning it's not like giving public notice. Apart from giving public notice, in terms of publicity, a lot goes into it. Community engagement will go, advertisement will go, community dialogue will go. There are so many, tools they are going to deploy. So adequate, reasonable, because it should be reasonable. It's because it's being looking upon based on the resource availability.
Honourable members, let's take into consideration that they are not talking about notice here. They are talking about publicity. So let me hear Honourable Anyimedu, then I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. If what you are discussing 2 is flowing from 1, Because one is talking about Gazette notification. And Gazette notification officially is enough. So when you talk about the other publicity and other things, if it's Gazette notification, how many people even read the Gazette these days? Or are we departing or adding on to the Gazette notification? If it's other publications, yes, you can say that in advance. But if the ministry does Gazette notification and it qualifies, whether it's 6 months, and nobody will know. It defeats the purpose of talking about publicity because not many people read the Gazette. Even these days, even Daily Graphic, how many people?
I think the two is an additional. So after you have done the Gazette notification, you must again go ahead to make a declaration under subsection 1 shall be made in at least be made at least 3 months in advance of the close season. Well, there is an ambiguity there.
Mr. Speaker,
shall be made in what? Is it a newspaper of national publication and a reasonable publicity? Normally, the terminology we use is a newspaper of national circulation. Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, 2A, made in a newspaper of national circulation at least 3 months in advance of the close season. And B, giving adequate publicity. The adequate publicity could be
you see,
advertorial.
No, you see, the notice may be adequate, but in terms of publicity, it must be reasonable. Because you use
Speaker,
both the print and electronic
but Speaker, who
media.
determines the reasonableness of it? The
Then
legal language,
equally, who determines the adequacy of it?
the adequacy is that it's been gazetted and it's been adequately publicized. You can determine the adequacy. Frequency of publication, it can be determined. And the areas that the publications took place, it can also be ascertained.
So if announcements are made at community radio centers,
Yes,
in the affected communities,
yes,
the radio and television
yes,
in the affected communities,
yes.
and you consider this not to be reasonable?
Somebody will say it's not reasonable because it was not done in my language.
In the same way, if you do it, somebody can say it is not adequate.
No, the adequacy is the
Let me
reach.
hear Professor Kinselinyako on
You
this.
see, the adequacy is the reach.
Are you Professor Kinselinyako?
Mr. Speaker, to avoid issues of doubts, double meaning, ambiguity, we can do without reasonableness. We can do without adequacy. There should be publicity. And for me, if we do away with these adjectives and we end with giving publicity, then nobody can hold you accountable. Giving publicity. So giving publicity is enough because you can say that you use this medium or that medium. If we go into that trajectory of reasonableness and adequacy, then we will find ourselves into difficulty. So giving publicity, and nobody can hold you accountable for what you couldn't do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Honorable Animedo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I may want to propose that we may have to look at 47.1 very well. And I may want to propose that in addition to the Gazette notification, we should add a newspaper widely circulated in Ghana, because the 47.2 is flowing from one. So if you are talking about publicities and reasonable publicity and other things, we are saying that the Gazette, this is what we are expanding. But if you have other notices, then the two can make sense. Otherwise, when the Gazette notification is made, it ends there. And it doesn't go anywhere.
You see, Honorable Animedo, the two is addition to one. So after you have done the Gazette notification, then 2 is saying that a declaration under subsection 1, yes, shall be made. And here they are introducing a newspaper of national circulation. Then in addition to a newspaper of national circulation, then and B, giving reasonable publicity. So it's not only Gazette notification. You make a declaration by Gazette notification. After that, then 3 months prior to the declaration, you must also give the notice in a newspaper of national circulation. Then it moves further to say that you must also give it a reasonable publicity. So you are concerned
yes,
that
Mr. Speaker,
people will not have access to the Gazette notification is addressed.
Mr. Speaker, then I would suggest that we should make 2 very clear.
Yes.
That it must be in addition to 1.
That is why
so
it's
far
clear.
as it says that
it said a declaration under subsection 1 shall be.
In this.
So first, there must be a declaration in subsection 1, which is the Gazette notification. So this is otherwise saying that the Gazette notification, the information per the Gazette notification shall be, then the A and B comes. So it doesn't create any ambiguity in relation to publicizing what is in the Gazette notification. Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I also want to go by the view that the reasonable publication should stand without us expunging reasonable from it, because, I mean, what is reasonable has been defined variously by some rulings, especially in possible defamation cases, when they give an order that you must retract and give reasonable publication to that effect. And they usually use the extent of dissemination, Mr. Speaker, to determine the reasonableness of the publication. It's not just the circulation, but how often has that particular publication been publicized, either every day within the week or for the 14 days. So I think that the current rendition should stop or should still stay as reasonable publication without us expunging the reasonable or the adjective reasonable from it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Member.
No, in addition to the reasonable.
If we go by what Honorable Professor Yako said and keep it as publicity, we can, when we get to the interpretation, then define the form of publicity that we are exchanging.
Well, you see, the rules guide interpretation. It is only when it is a term of act that it can be interpreted. Publicity, is it a term of act? So why will you then go and be making provision for interpretation of publicity? So these are some of the rules that guide us when we are doing drafting. It is only a term of act, something that is ambiguous, that if you don't provide a definition for it. But An ordinary person guided by those considerations that regulate the conduct of human affairs understand what we mean by publicity. Yes, Kingsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, you see, we don't have to make matters complicated for us. In years gone by, where we were restricted regarding the media or mediums to use, those times it was largely the print and the electronic, largely TV and radio. But now we have new media. We have several mediums that we deal with. The moment you introduce some of these subjective words, then somebody is going to tell you, reasonable, but I didn't see it on social media. I didn't see it. But to protect yourself, publicity, it has been published, whether it was done in the newspaper or it was done elsewhere, it has been published. With reasonableness, then you are opening yourself up for so many issues. Interpretation, it is subjective. It is. So, Mr. Speaker, we can extricate ourselves from this by simply saying that publicity, it was publicized. Simple. Otherwise, we will dance with words and you want to use romantic words or whatever. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker,
Honorable members, let's take it one after the other. Yes. So first, let's resolve the 2A. Speaker, we all agree that the declaration shall be made at least 3 months in advance of the close season in a newspaper of national circulation. Do we all agree on that? Yes. So may a member move for that rendition to be adopted? You move?
Yes.
Very well. So the new rendition will be a declaration under subsection 1 shall be made at least 3 months in advance of the close season in a newspaper of national circulation. Yes. All those in favor of the amendment in clause 47 2A, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now we have come to B. 2B. Yes.
Speaker.
Yes.
2B, I suggest should read, and given publicity in both the print and electronic media.
Well, the newspaper of national circulation is in the print. So
yes,
I do not read the B to be referring to a publicity in the print media.
Yes, so given publication in the electronic media. Then, Mr. Speaker, in the regulation, that will give
Honorable members, what I want to do is to leave it to the drafters to tidy it up for us.
Yes, so in the regulation, we can determine
subject
the
to
frequency.
The drafters tidying clause 47 for us. I will then put the question on clause 47 as variously amended. As many as are in favor of clause 47 as variously amended, subject to the drafters tidying it up, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 47 is ordered to stand part of the bill, and I direct the drafters to accordingly tidy up the provision for us. Clause 48.
International conservation and management obligations.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, as many as are in favour of clause 48 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 48 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 49.
Prohibition of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing.
Chairman of committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment? There being no proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 49 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 49 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 50.
Fisheries impact assessment.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? There being no proposed amendment, as many as are in favour of clause 50 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 50 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes? Any indication?
Speaker, that is so. Speaker, I believe that we've done enough of the consideration, so may we bring consideration to an end for today.
Honourable members, I think we've done in excess of 5 hours. We haven't. Very well. Then move a motion. Yes. We've come to the end of the consideration stage for today. You may then move a motion.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, I move that in the absence of any further business, we bring the curtain down today's business and come back tomorrow at midday.
Motion for adjournment ably moved. Any seconder? Yes. Minority
Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. The question is as many as are in favour of adjournment, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, 11th June 2025. Is it at 10 o'clock or 11th July? Yes. Is it at 10 o'clock or? Okay. The House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, 11th July 2025 at 12 noon.